What's up, everybody? Thanks for coming. Hope everybody's having a great day. Back to another stream. Probably won't be here long, but I know it'll end up being 4 hours regardless. Rich Mitch, Richard, I appreciate you. Back again.
Appreciate you as well.
How's your day going? How's your back? How are you holding up?
All shit. Fucking as usual. No, fucking day's been all right. Got a parcel today, not a vintage parcel, a perfume parcel. So that was nice.
Oh, you got a new perfume.
Just been I did get a new perfume. Well, I got another bottle of a perfume I've already owned, but I got a big one.
Oh, you got a big one, do ya? How big is it?
It's 200 mils. It's a fucking big, thick one.
Dude, that's a lot of girth. 200 mil?
It's a girthy one. I'll tell you what, it's got a leather tip.
Speak up, Rudy. What'd you get? Rudy, come on and show us what you got. Sorry, go on
Rudy,
there.
What did you get?
I'm just answering
That's fine.
The comments here.
Oh, that's cool. What was I going to say? The bottle I got today. I got a leather tip, a big leather tip, a big leathery brown tip.
You like the brown tip, eh?
I've acquired a brown tip. Yes, that's right, Will. I got Vet of a Tonka. Me 200 mils of Vet of a Tonka arrived today.
Like the stream.
No, Ashfaq, I haven't.
Like the stream.
I haven't got a better mic, Ashfaq. Yes, like the stream for Eugene.
Is that Will or W3?
W3?
WIC111. How do you pronounce that name?
Will.
Is it Will? My eyes are horrible. Yeah. Is that actually an I with a dot above it?
No, it's just an I.
I see like 3 ones.
Maybe he's just taking the piss with these fucking. No, it's not. You're just blind. When was the last time you got your eyes tested?
Probably like 15 years ago.
I'd sort it out if I were you.
It's all that welding without protection.
It's yes, that's right. Yes, that'll do it. You Burke. Fancy that. We've got up to 58 people quite soon, actually, today. Usually you don't get up to 50 odd people for quite a while.
Well, we're on quite early. I made it to work on time today. First time in like 2 months. I shouldn't say that out loud because I never know who's watching, but today's the first time I've been on time for months, so I was able to leave on a good time.
Sound.
I guess we'll be able to capture the European market here.
Yeah, you'll get the late right. You'll get the earlier people who'll like watch for an hour or two before bed, and maybe they won't be able to give it up, and they'll just keep watching all the way at the end.
Yeah, the last time we were on, it was about almost 4.5 hours, and by the time we got off, we still had like 80 people on stream. But my back was killing me just sitting here. Love that, Andy. Mosque de Sablo. Really enjoying that. Maybe we'll talk about it today. Audrey Jane, hello. Oh, it is Will, by the way.
It is Will, by the way.
Rabish. It's got Fahrenheit. And Milosh is here. Heinz is here. Guys, give us your scent of the day.
Yes. Scent of the day, please. What did you wear today?
I'll let you. Did you tell us what you wore, or you just told us what you got? Is that what you wore as well?
I just told you what I got. No, it's not what I wore. This bottle is fucking massive, by the way. Jesus Christ. What I wore today was, give us 2 seconds and I will put my camera on. Yep, that camera. Facing back. Hold on. I wore...
very nice.
I don't know. Put us on full screen. See if you can see it.
Is that the vintage?
This is like the original vintage. This is like gray. No, it's not gray. It's gold and brown. Texture like sun. So it's got like the writing on and all that sort of pattern. It's proper. It's a tester, but it smells like proper 80s powdery powerhouse. It's massive. It's beautiful. I highly recommend it if you can find it. No, I haven't. For people asking, I haven't got a new microphone. I don't know what the crack is. I just sound better.
You do sound better. You sound alive. You sound happy and healthy. You know what it is? It's the new vetiver Tonka. It must be because I've received a large perfume. Vetiver Tonka's bringing joy to your life. You've got meaning now.
That's right. If only I'd known. I've had a 15 mil of vetiver Tonka for about 4 years, and I never finished it. It was like, do you know, Hermes do those crazy little. They do like the 15 mils, and you buy 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get, it's a good way to get, like, I highly recommend it. I bought it, put it like that. If you want some Hermes essence in your life, you can get any 4. And I think it's like 125. I paid about 115, 120 quid.
Very affordable. I think they're one of the only brands that actually does something like that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's stupid other brands for not doing it. I don't know why they don't do it. Frederick Malle does. Frederick Malle will do the 9 or 10 milliliter little ones.
7, but okay.
Yeah, but they won't let you chop and choose which ones you get in a pack. So if you buy 3, you get all 3 of them the same. Like, they won't let you just put which ones you want in.
Right.
Which is a shame. Because if you could pick, then it would be better research for them of which ones sold more. But alas, Lauren with the nice ass won't let us do it. So it's not her fault, bless her. She's just had a baby.
What's
probably something stuck in Richard?
Vladimir says he's struggling with Rose and Queer from Frederick Malle. Maybe it's too green and too bitter, too salty. Take your time.
I've smelled that fucking leather note 1,000 times before, you know.
Well, it's the basic base to most leather perfumes with nothing added on top.
Yeah, it's basic as fuck. That's probably the best way of putting that fragrance.
I wouldn't call it basic. It's hardly basic. It's minimalist.
It's crap.
We got Shalimar.
It's never worth the mall price.
Come on.
I need to get this vetiver Tonka to open up a little bit.
Let me ask you, how much do you consider price when you're purchasing a fragrance? How relevant is that to you? How much of how high on the chart does that go? Is that your final decision before purchasing something?
Well, put it like this, right? The best way to explain it, it's all context. It depends on the circumstances. It's like this bottle of vetiver Tonka, I paid £207 for, and at retail, it's 285. I wouldn't pay 285 for it, but I would pay 207 because that's what I think it's worth. It's a trade-off. And it's a personal thing. It's about what you consider.
It feels like a deal to you.
Yeah, it feels like I'm getting what I feel is worth it. It's the same with, do you know Derby?
Yeah.
You know how I've been talking about getting the Eagle bottle of Derby. There's somebody got one with the paper seal wrapped around it, and they had it on eBay, and it was €395, and it didn't sell. And he contacted me yesterday and he said, look, I've dropped the price €50. Do you want it?
Wow.
I said, that's £297 for 100 ml of Derby in a splash, eau de toilette, not the eau de cologne and eau de toilette, in the Eagle bottle. And I said to him, listen, if you drop it down to €300, I'll buy it now. But if you don't, I won't. Right. And it seems like for that type of thing, you're splitting hairs, but I'm not. This is something that, like, a while ago, I would have just bought when he offered us it. When he offered any money off, I would have just bought it. I would have just bought it, and I've just now I'm more sticking true to price points that I'm willing to pay, rather than just buying stuff when I can get it. And I'm only buying stuff that I really, really want. Impulse purchases are a thing of the past, hopefully, for me now. I've given away loads of perfumes.
I think I've bought way too many things that I didn't care about at prices that I wasn't comfortable with, just for the sake of acquiring something new.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've done that.
I don't know. Sometimes it's more about the chase than the actual perfume. I mean, I've done way too much of that. I think I'm more aware of what I'm picking up nowadays. Doing less blind buying.
Yeah. Mind you, I must admit, I do like blind buying. I mean, fucking hell, I cannot lie. You'll hear, and I would agree with what every sensible reviewer will tell you. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't blind buy. Just get the perfumes that are like that you've tried and sampled. Don't blind buy at all.
Yeah, because there are things out there that you actually like and you want to acquire. So why take the chance of a blind buy where you might hate it, you might not like it at all?
Yeah, exactly. It's a proper pain.
A lot of comments. I need somebody to control the comments while I speak with the duck.
We need to get what's his face back. Jeremy Hines. Jeremy Hines should control the comments, but he's got to go and pick up his auntie who doesn't drive.
I wish there was a way for somebody to do that.
You could just leave a comment on the screen. Just do what you wanted.
Did you tell us what you wore yesterday? We were thinking about coming on stream yesterday, but for me and Rich ended up having the chat, and we could have streamed because we talked about perfume, but we I don't know what happened. Send up after.
Well, what I wore yesterday was Bleu de Chanel parfum.
Okay.
Because it was that type of weather. It was Bleu de Chanel parfum. It's like fresh, but also got like a warm base. Excuse me. It's got like a warm base. It's got the sandalwood. So it was quite a good day for that. I could have worn Zeno. I think Zeno is quite good for that as well. It's fresh at the top and it's warm at the bottom. Beau de Jour. I could have worn that. So what did you wear today?
I love Beau de Jour. I went with, and I have a feeling that we talked about this, and I talk to myself so often, I can't remember what's real and what's not. I can't remember if the conversations I've had with myself are with me or with you or with other people, but I felt like we've maybe talked about this in one of our recent streams.
Which is that?
But Bois d'Orage, French Lover.
Yes, French Lover. Yes, we have talked about it because we compared it to Roy Lude.
Yeah, I wore this today again, so I'm really enjoying these green scents now in the springtime. Everything's really green and it's getting warm. Today was mid-20s in Toronto, so it was beautiful weather. I wanted something green. Are you splashing in the tub or something?
Am I in the rubber duck? Am I the rubber duck in the tub? No, I'm pouring water.
That's what it sounds like. From what?
From a glass bottle.
From a barrel?
From a barrel. No, from a great height. It mixes the air with it, makes it nicer. I'm not having a tinkle. I promise I'm not. I wouldn't piss on the stream. that went down the wrong way. Excuse me.
So anyway, Bois
So
d'Orage.
anyway,
Did we talk about there being tobacco in here? Or is this a conversation I had with myself?
I think that's a conversation you've had with yourself, because I don't think there is tobacco in it.
Because today I could swear I picked up like this green bitter tobacco and it got quite ashy.
Right.
So galbanum, pretty much a lot of the same notes as in Bella Respiro. Green, galbanum, earthy, very earthy, spicy, woody. And I see this very much very similar to two other mulls, which are Vetiver Extraordinaire and Angelique sous la Pluie, which are both green and spicy. And all three are very masculine. I feel like these were almost built like side by side or next to each other. This and Angelique share a lot of common notes, and it feels like they've just been concentrated or tweaked at different dosages. So I really like this for the spring. I think spring is probably the best time for it. But today it got really ashy and really tobacco-ish, almost like the tobacco you'd find in Guerlain Vetiver. And I don't know if you were still here the other day when I was bitching about tobacco fragrances recently being really sweet, like sugary sweet. But I like dry. I think I might have
caught that just before I fell asleep.
Yeah, could have been. So Vetiver, I like, the tobacco in Versace Dreamer, very dry.
Yeah.
Harsh, earthy.
Yeah. I'm smelling it now. It's so much like Royal Oud. I mean, there can be no doubt that Pierre Bourdon is the Creed perfumer. I'd love to pick his brain.
I find Royal Oud a little bit sweeter. Like, there's no sweetness in here. It's bone dry.
I don't think this has got oud in. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't think this has got oud in. I don't think French Lover's got oud in. I don't know if I would own a full bottle. I've got one of them. I've got one of those 9mm. How big are you? It's a 10mm. Those things are 10mm. So the Frederic Mall, it's a good way to introduce yourself to Frederic Malls is to buy these 10mm things. They're about 40 quid. And I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 7. I had 7, but I destroyed Vetiver Extraordinaire live on stream. Do you remember that? When I dropped Vetiver Extraordinaire.
Yeah, you compared Bois d'Orage to Royal Oud.
Royal Oud.
I think Royal Oud is more mass appealing. It's easier to like. This might be a little bit harder to wear, even though it's not hard to wear, but it is bitter and green, which is a combination that a lot of people don't want to deal with. And it's got no sweetness to it whatsoever.
It's galbanum and artemisia, and it's like wood, like dark wood.
Yeah.
Like almost ebony. Like really dark.
Vetiver in it.
Vetiver?
In which one are you talking about? Bois d'Orage?
I'm talking about French Lover.
Okay, yeah, which is the same perfume. I get a lot of Vetiver.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Like Vetiver Extraordinaire. And there's moments where I pick up cumin, and it gives like a very slight body odor vibe.
I get what you're saying about that. It doesn't necessarily smell sweaty. It smells off. It smells a little bit like musty.
Yeah,
like something's been something's been dead for like hundreds of years, and it's like in a dust-filled attic, like a body's been hidden in a dust-filled attic, and it's got that musty dustiness.
It's very spicy. It's got bitter citruses in it too, which are crisp.
Yeah, let us find out. Where would you rather I got the notes from? I'll go to Fragrant again. Hold on. French Lover. What's the name about? Do you know what? Do you know why they called it French Lover?
I think French Lover was marketed towards Europe and Bois d'Orage to North America. I don't know why they did that, but it doesn't smell like a French Lover. There's nothing sexual to it, or I don't get any of that. Like, it's not romantic in that way, or it just smells like very woody, dry woods, vetiver, almost like a, I could see almost sycamore being the inspiration for something like this.
Yeah, I sort of see what you're saying. Like the vetiver in it, the cedar in it, and incense as well. So there's like it's not a smoky incense, but it's like a dusty incense. Like when they opened King Tut's tomb, and they found loads of dust inside it, and they found like a little stash of incense, and the incense had crumbled to dust. It's like incense dust. That's what it smells like. To me, it's not. It's big for me. It's big on the Angelica and the Galbanum.
Yes, and I could swear there's some kind of tobacco in here. Maybe it's just the bitterness coming from either Angelica or Galbanum.
Maybe what you're getting is right. You're getting the tobacco vibe from like the smokiness of the incense and the spices. And like you're getting that like thing, but then you've got it from like the oak moss in it as well. It's got like oak moss, and the oak moss. What I find is modern scents with oak moss in. The oak moss they're using, or like the extract that they're using these days, is very. It's not very green. I find the oak moss that they're using it to be more bitter than it is green, so it gives like a bitterness to it.
I honestly don't sense any kind of oak moss in here.
No, it's not the oak moss I know. It's the oak moss. It's like now oak moss. It's like oak. It's like modern oak moss. It's
modern
not like
oak
what you would.
Moss,
yeah. It's not like one of these vintage like powerhouses.
I think even Bellata Spiro lists oak moss, but I don't find it mossy in that way. I find it grassy and crisp, but not oak moss. But what I did notice today, and I always knew this about Frederick Mull, the way they perform and the way they develop, they are kind of linear to me, and they develop because they're so rich and heavy and concentrated. They kind of like off of me, they develop like this. It's just like they start really strong and they just kind of grow. Whereas a Chanel, as I smell it in the air, it's got more of a rhythm to it. I can smell it changing in the air. They're more light and weightless, whereas this is so rich and heavy, almost like a sumo wrestler. He doesn't have versatility. He can't move around really quickly. He just kind of comes at you, right? Where the Chanels are more refined, and I get a lot more development from them than I will from a Mull. Mulls take time to develop.
Well, I'll tell you what I get a lot from Mulls. The one of the ones that develops the most on me is Promise.
Okay.
Promise does a lot, but it does it slowly and surely. Like once it changes, it doesn't sort of change back. It's a big perfume, that though. I mean, that is like Promise. The thing with Promise is that it should be an example to other brands of what you can do with synthetics. There's almost nothing natural smelling in that perfume, but it still smells great.
The patchouli's quite natural. It's the apple that throws me off.
No, I quite like the apple. I quite like the contrast. I'm a big fan of a contrast, even if I don't like the notes that are being contrasted. I like, and it's one of Bourdon's signatures. That, as you can see in his creeds, as you can see in Chorus, as you can see in French. I think French Lover's got quite a lot of contrast in it as well. The thing is he balances it and he harmonizes really well.
Yeah.
Um,
It's very crisp and green, almost like the sun is shining down onto a forest. That's the visual I get. I get lots of like reflections of light, sunlight.
oh, okay, let's have another spray. Hold on. So, when you say you don't get any sweetness from it,
Right.
I think I get a little bit of sweetness from the spice. Maybe it's the cedar. Because I always get a little bit of like that natural. Do you know how leaves? You know how like leaves on a tree turn sunlight and oxygen, turn sunlight and carbon dioxide into sugars that the tree can use to grow. Right, I almost get that sort of vibe from it, like a photosynthesis type of sugar. It's not like the type of sugar you put in your tea. It's not a sweet sugar, but it's like the sugar of life. There's another fucking quote to fucking bring up every time I'm on stream. It smells like living plants, but in a like the plant, like a plant is like some like plants have overtaken. Some plants have overtaken like some ancient tomb, and like there's like the ancient tomb has been like sealed, so it's really dusty. And then they've opened it, and they've got the mix of like the dry, dead, dusty old air from thousands of years ago, mixed with like the shrubbery and the vegetation outside. But the vegetation's quite old as well.
Yeah,
like the vegetation's seen like a few years itself. Like you've got big trees outside and you've got big bushes outside, and these things are like dying off for like the autumn. That's what it's. I don't get freshness from it. I would say when you say there's no
lot of freshness, like
I don't
fresh
get freshness
green
from
stems.
it.
Like you took a machete and you cut through a big, thick green stem of something.
I get greenness, but I think the spice takes off. I think the spice takes away from the greenness, from the freshness.
There's no milkiness from the stem. It's just bitter.
Yeah, it is bitter. It's bitter and green. But I don't think
cardamom and cumin. Even the cedar adds spiciness.
Yeah, I know what you mean about cedar being a little bit spicy sometimes.
It's like the cedar that Elena would use in Declaration or Angelique sous la pluie.
Oh, hold on a minute. When you say Declaration, this isn't. I know what you mean. How it could overlap with like it smelling a bit like Declaration. Will asks if Loewe pour rum any good. Yes, it is. It's brilliant. Try and get us all the bottle as you can, Will. This, for me, I see what you mean. Like the spices at the top, like the type of spices that he uses at the top, are very similar to Declaration.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is a pure Bourdon creation, but it's very similar to Angelique. And Angelique is like an offshoot of Declaration, but much more green and earthy, soily, rooty.
I can get soil from this, but dusty soil. Like the Dust Bowl in America, like where there was like lots of like topsoil eroded. It feels like eroded topsoil. Like dry soil. Do you have any plants in your house?
I don't.
When like a pot, when you get a potted plant, right?
I don't have a plant. I got roses. I got
if you get a potted
roses.
If you get a potted plant, right, and you don't water it, you find that you find that the soil becomes very dusty and light and sandy colored, and it's because it's got no moisture in it, and that's what the earthiness feels like in this. It feels like there's no moisture in the earth.
Yeah, very dry. But J-Bone says like he gets sap from this, and it's almost like the galbanum's got some kind of rubberiness or a sticky resin quality to it.
For me, sap. For me, if I want sap, I go for L'Ombre d'Onslow. That to me is a sappy perfume.
Sappy.
It's so sappy. It's I know like it smells like tree sap, like plant sap.
Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Is
I
that
wore this
Chad's
yesterday.
bus driving outside?
Sorry.
Was that Chad's bus driving outside?
Yeah, but we're not supposed to talk about that.
All right, sorry.
It's actually the train.
All right. Hello.
Yeah, he doesn't want people knowing where he works, so we won't tell anybody.
All right.
Wore this yesterday. Can you see that?
What? Moustachine.
Yeah. This is a Le Labo city exclusive Chypre, and it feels like a very modern, new age Chypre. Nothing like the classics that you know. Let's say the Chanels or the Cartiers or even the Pavarotti. It's very. This is also very kind of like technical, very, very, very synthetic, like a lot of the Le Labos. It's interesting. I like it, but I mean, I feel weird. It feels strange wearing a Chypre like this, being as nouveau as it is. It's got nice.
I've never smelled it. So
I know you would not like this at all.
No. What is it? What's it like?
It's very peppery.
Like when you say it's a Chypre, has it got the classic Chypre like structure?
Yeah, it's got all the necessities to create a Chypre. It's got, the spices, it's got the citrus, the patchouli and the oak moss, but it feels very digital. Very very Le Labo, very synthetic. I mean, there's some charm to it, but it doesn't feel like a classically French structured Chypre. I mean, for some, you can get something just as good or better, something fuller and richer for $80, opposed to whatever these exclusives go for. I think they're over $500.
Jesus Christ. Is that Canadian?
Yeah.
500 Canadian, so about like 270 British pounds. About $350, $400.
And this came up in conversation between Rich and I. That's T for two. And he thinks it's horrible. And I quite like it. I think it's a really nice, spicy. It feels like an Oriental. Very rich and deep. I'm not quite sure what you don't like about this.
It's right. The tea note smells like tea without milk in it. It's got this very. It's got this also got a very ashy sort of smell. It reminds us of like my grandma, both my grandparents.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Well, no, because it's got like it doesn't remind her necessarily of a perfume. It reminds us of like the smell of a house. And she used to smoke like 60 odd a day. And she used to smoke a lot, and she used to drink tea as well. And like, so you'd have like all these like weird smells. Everybody's grandma's house smells weird. If your grandma's house doesn't smell weird, then
old and stale, right?
Yeah, and I get that from. I don't know if it's like a scent memory, if it's like association.
I get that. The old ashtray from T for Two, and I like that.
Yeah,
I find that interesting.
I like that, but I don't like it in that perfume. I don't like it in that perfume at all. I like it in leathers. I like it in I like it in like other fragrances. I don't like it in burning barbershop, or a barbershop on fire or whatever it's fucking called. It's because that's shite. You can't just put a smoke note in something and say niche, because it doesn't work. It's like it's thievery. That's not what qualifies something as niche. Just putting a smoke note in something.
I think it works quite
that-
well, actually. It's
I
like
don't.
I see
I
it
was
more
told
like
Galen. What?
I find it more like a chai tea, a very spicy chai. I don't find this like a basic tea. Most tea fragrances are very soft and elegant and very wispy. This is much heavier, almost like I see similarities between this and Noir Peace, the amount of spices that they use. And I also get that chai vibe from Noir Peace.
I can't remember Noir Peace. I can't remember it off the top. Yeah, Russian tea is brilliant. I really like. I like. Who's this duck? You haven't been here before, have you, Max Libris? You haven't been here recently, I should say. This tea for two L'artisan. I've been really, really, really underwhelmed with L'artisan. Like I got Zing, I got samples off Greggy. I bought some samples off Greggy, and I got Tea for Two, I got Zing, and I got Timbuktu, and none of them have impressed us at all. I'm going to wear out the samples, and I may even get more samples. In fact, I probably will, because too many people and too many people's noses I've respected have said that they're great or that they're really good. For us to not take it, seriously. But on first sniff, I don't love them.
I think they're a great niche brand, and considering their price point makes them even better. They're interesting fragrances and they're well made. What more do you want?
I want them to smell good.
I think they smell fantastic.
I'm not. I put them on, right, and I think they're a tough wear. I think they're a very, very. I don't necessarily think that
poor use of material.
Challenging's one thing. I just think that the blends don't necessarily work. Something can be blended well, but not necessarily work. Like technically something can be astute, but if you choose the wrong things to blend, then they're not going to work very well. I just don't. And maybe it's just a taste thing.
Yeah, there's maybe so many disagreements in the comments. Like, I couldn't get on with Zonka. I thought I was going to love it by the note breakdown, and when I wore it, there must be some kind of dry papyrus in there, because it literally started to turn my stomach the way a lot of the Byredos did. That's one I didn't get along with. Tea for Two, I love. It's one of my favorites. I liked Mon Numero 10, I think it was. Very incensey. Had that Coca-Cola note. I liked Zing. Zing was the circus poop.
Circus poop.
Yeah, Sevilla Lob was really nice. Orange Blossom.
I was just about to say that somebody was talking about that, like they really liked it. I thought, was it you?
And Amber, yeah, very uplifting perfume.
I think I recommended that Audrey Jane.
Oh, Will says Mon Numero 10 is where'd that go? More Dr. Pepper. Yeah, it has some kind of sparkling, fizzy soda-ness to it. Dr. Pepper. Probably, a ginger note too. I don't know. For me, it was like Coca-Cola fizz.
Yeah. I see Bernardo's here. It's for me, I've tried 3 of them and none of them have impressed us yet.
I like Saffron Trou Blanc as well. Very light though, disappears very quickly. It's like rose and vanilla. Turns into a skin scent.
I was recommended that by someone. Someone tried to recommend me that when I was looking for a saffron fragrance, and I ended up buying Warwick. I bought Warwick by Cajal. Fucking immense. It's like such an oily saffron.
Yeah, Traversée de Bosphore. I really like that one as well.
Which one's that? Sorry. Fuck off.
Bertrand Duchefort. But somebody's saying Zonka is kind of challenging. I found it challenging. Yeah, I agree with that. It really turned my stomach. But those are the types of fragrances when they first turn my stomach, I find them off-putting. But the more I wear them, the more I fall in love with them. So maybe I shouldn't give up on it too quickly.
No, you're probably
smells
right.
like bitter tea, rotting carrots, and incense. See? What an interesting description. Rotting carrots. That's got to be coming from the iris.
Do you think iris is carroty?
It can be, yeah.
Do you know what carrot seed smells like?
I don't know if I've ever smelled carrot seeds.
Like carrot seed in isolation. I would love to know. I would love to know, like, because I know it's in Ledger Desert Americaine, right? And I know it's in a couple other things. Is it spicy? Does anybody in the chat know if it's spicy? Like the stream for Eugene.
Like the stream for Eugene.
Go. Like the stream for Eugene. Ashfaq, I have not tried Kashi from Parfumers de Mont. Did I write that down? I think I might have. Carrot Street extracts and Oris has similar facets. I haven't. Sorry?
Bois Farine is interesting too. It's like the baking flour and peanut butter or peanut oil that's just finished frying. I mean, it's interesting and it's creative. I don't know how functional it is, though. I don't feel like I want to smell like that quite often. And it's extremely dry. It's like having a mouthful of baking flour or baking soda. And that's a Jean-Claude Elena. I mean, artistically, it's brilliant.
But it's hard wear. It's a tough wear.
It is. It can be.
Yeah. I don't know. Fucking. So, have you got any other obscure notes that you would like to know that are in something that you like, but you don't know what they smell like by themselves?
I talked about this before. I keep getting like this thing that I refer to as a mustard seed, and it's in things like sycamore and some of the MFK ouds, cashmere and velvet.
They've discontinued cashmere.
I did not know that, but I'm not surprised because it smells very similar to the other one. Like, I'm really surprised they would release two fragrances at such high price points that smell so much alike.
It's just for people to try and show off. It's supposed to be fair. It's to try and get people who fucking think they're clever and people who have got more money than taste.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the marketing is behind that.
It's the three of them, the Oud Silk Mood, the Oud Satin Mood. Out of all three of those, which one do you think's the best?
Well, there's the rose.
There's four.
There's the rose. There's more than three.
Yeah, there's four.
There's oud.
There's oud.
Oud satin, oud cashmere, oud velvet. And then there's what's the rose oud? Silk.
Silk, yeah. No, you're right.
They come in different concentrations.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, you're right.
I liked velvet and cashmere the most.
I liked velvet. No, not velvet. I like cashmere, and then I like satin.
It's very sweet, like vanilla cookie sweet.
Yeah, it's vanilla and rose. with like
It's
some
not. It's
kind
more
of tan.
violet. It smells very synthetic, plasticky rose. It's more violet to me.
Yeah, it's right. You can tell it's Cœur de Jaune because it's very like
It's
it's very
actually all.
bombastically synthetic.
It's like ionones. I don't even get violet. I get like the synthetic used for violets.
Yeah.
Will we witness Eugene Lanier collaboration? Where is Lanier? Is he like everything okay with him?
Lanier's okay. Lanier's okay. He lost a friend last year, a close friend, and he needed some time on his own. But he's been posting a few Scent of the Day videos recently.
All right, I'm glad to hear that he's doing well. If somebody knows Lanier, get him on here. Get Lanier on here.
Right. Oh, yes. By the way, I need to say something.
Yeah.
There's a something happened to George, a fragrance apprentice, and he was in hospital. I've spoken to George today, and he told me that he has got something called cardiitis and pericarditis, and it's fluid around his lung and his heart, and he passed out, and he's in hospital, and he's on antibiotics, but he's doing a lot better today than he did the last couple of days, and he's hoping to be discharged tomorrow. I wouldn't be expecting any videos from him anytime soon, unless he's got something pre-recorded he fancies releasing. But just so nobody doubts, and because there's been a lot of rumor, apparently it's not a heart infection. His heart's fine. He hasn't had a heart attack. He hasn't had a heart infection. It's been an infection. No, it's not a heart infection. It's infection of fluid around his heart. And he's gone into shock. His heart's fine. There's nothing wrong with his heart. Yeah, like your body can go into shock when this sort of thing happens, and that's why he's passed out. I could read you the email if you wanted to read it. But it's for the avoidance of doubt and anybody worrying. He didn't have a heart attack. His heart's fine fettle. There's nothing wrong with his actual heart. It's that there's some fluid. He's had some fluid. He's uncertain about where it's come from. The fluid has been in my system for a little while. It's made its way to his lungs. The infection could easily just be a common cold, but that's the sort of infection that puts your body into shock, and he collapsed. He ended up in the hospital. He says that he's going to be okay. The infection has been cleared, and they're taking steps to decrease the fluid that's in his body. His heart rate's decreased, which is a very good sign. He was able to get up and have a walk today, so he's doing okay, and he'll probably be discharged tomorrow. It would be nice if you could pass that along. And I said, no problem at all. So for the avoidance of doubt, it's straight from the horse's mouth, because apparently some people have been saying he's had a heart attack. Some people have been saying that he's got a heart infection, which is what I'd heard. But apparently, no, they're his words, and that's what he said. So
awesome! Glad to hear he's doing well, and best.
Yes, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear he's getting well as well. I'm just glad because he lives with his girlfriend apparently. So I'm glad that his girlfriend was there to help him. You know.
Yeah, could have. He's very lucky.
Very lucky. What were you going to say? Did you drop the link?
I think I did. I think I dropped the link.
Get Bernardo back on. Bernardo.
If he wants to come on.
Bernardo was good.
All the best to you, George. George is not my biggest fan. I ended up on a live stream with him last year at one point, and he left when I came on.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Regardless, though, all the best. I hope he recovers and
people change. I'm sure he knows
better than ever.
Oh, I don't know. So, have you given any thought to what you're going to wear tomorrow?
No, I'll wear something green. I'm really craving greens. I'm actually thinking of doing like sorting out my favorite green fragrances and hopefully turn it into a video. And I've got 2 nailed down, so this might take a while, because I do like to take my time. And I've got Bella Speedo and Bois d'Orage, which is weird because they're very similar. Like, they don't smell alike at all, but they're very similar in note structure.
Yeah.
I think Langdon Heroes might be on there. The Coriolan. What else do you like for green?
Do you think Coriolan's very green?
I think Langdon Hero is green. Yes.
Oh, right. No. Sorry. Yeah, I've just got what you meant. Yeah. Coriolan's. Give us a second. I'll smell it. I'm gonna sneeze, so that's why I'm
It's quite
looking
mossy.
about with me
It's
nose.
very forest floor.
Sorry. Got something up my nose. What do I think of Coriolan? Give it here. Where are you? There you are. Okay, so I think it's quite fresh. It's fresh and mossy in that sort of way. It's got a little bit of sweetness. It's dry. It's dry.
Very dry. It's like dry pine, dry cypress. I get a lot of dry coniferous needles.
Yeah, like
and
on the
very-
floor. Do you know, like when you chop it? Yeah, when you chop a Christmas tree down, and then all of a sudden it loses all its pine all at once.
Right.
It's like that.
I think you got some pine up your nose.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. So dry, the thought of it made us cough. No, you're right. Tara's right. I felt like I needed to take a drink there. It's the type of fragrance that when you smell, it goes to the back of your throat and like instantly dries it straight out. It's like that kind of dry. Bloody hell.
Bernardo doesn't
Bernardo?
like Musc de
Sorry?
Sable. He doesn't like Musc de Sable. I think it's so dirty. What did I wear for my wedding? I wore Une Rose.
Une Rose. That's
And
the
Maria
ball.
hated that fragrance.
Did she?
Absolutely hated it. Like when I first showed it to her, she doesn't like rose or florals.
Oh, well,
I was like, well, this is my wedding too, so.
Oh, well.
Selfish perfume lover. So green recommendations.
Yes, if anybody wants to recommend anything green, if you want me to.
Not
Sorry,
sweet.
for you.
Not
Not
sweet.
sweet.
Like you had Vetiver Tonka there. That's a nice green fragrance, but it's too sweet.
Yeah, too sweet. Think of something green.
Voldenouille is
Verte
very green.
Verte Ensemble green.
I don't own Verte Ensemble.
Very nice. I don't think you ever will now. It's been pulled.
That's unfortunate. You know what's green though is from Dior's Eau Noir. That's a nice green fragrance.
It's got coffee and lavender.
It's got a lot of lavender and licorice. It's so intensely green for me. Maybe it's the color of the perfume, the color of the juice.
Yeah. Yeah. Girl on Vetiver's green, yeah, but
Yeah,
it's not.
very green. L'Ombre d'Onslow is a nice green one.
L'Ombre d'Onslow's massively green.
Eau de Campagne is a nice green one.
Have you tried the Diptyque Vetiver?
Yes, I do not like it. It's way
Really?
too sharp for me. Yeah, it's like vetiver and rose. Oh, I really struggle. I have it and I struggle with it.
I think it's lovely. I think it's got a do you have sweets called after eights over there? They're like after dinner mints.
Yeah, they're like minty chocolates. Yeah.
Yeah, like dark chocolate and mint. That's what I get from this. I get after eights.
Mm.
I get like a dark base with a bright effervescent mint green vetiver at the top. Because I get a lot of mint. I get a lot of that mentholated vibe from vetiver anyway. You know, like a minty vibe.
Vetiverio.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
There's an EDT and an EDP. I think the EDP bombed in sales. I heard from the distributor or one of the guys that works high up for Diptyque here in Canada said they're thinking about pulling it. And I didn't enjoy it at all. There was just
like the EDP.
There was something about it that I did not get on with.
Oh, I really love it. I really love it.
Do you think the Night or Dawn will be discontinued eventually? It's so, man, I mean, this can go two ways. I guess oud is a commodity and it's very precious and rare. So I'm not sure how much authentic oud is in there. But if they're struggling to source it, they might not have a choice but to discontinue it. At the same time, I believe he probably spent a ton of money creating this and he'd take a huge loss. So I don't know. Will it be discontinued? He's never discontinued a fragrance up until now.
Has he not? Ever?
Not that I know. I can't name a single one.
I'm trying to think as well. Not one that I can remember. There's a few that I think he should discontinue because I don't really rate them. Which ones?
What define don't rate?
Right. I just don't like them and I don't appreciate them as perfumes.
Does that mean you think
so? Yes. Basically, ones that I don't appreciate for artistic reasons, and ones that even like that I don't like either to my own taste. So objectively and subjectively, I don't like them. And I would say Dries Van Noten's one of those.
Okay.
Dries Van Noten. I think Dries Van Noten's dog shit. Now that my nose is like I think Dries Van Noten is like the type of person you flash in front of somebody the first time that they've smelled niche, and they smell it and they go, oh, that's really pleasant. That's really like that's really different, but it's still the same as like similar to what I've smelled before, and it's pleasing. And I think people are pulled to it and it appeals to them, but I still don't think it's very good. So I just think Dries Van Noten's like that. I think it's something. I think it's a beginner niche perfume, and I don't think I've got it here, right? And
it's a 2013 release,
and you smells like 2013
to Black Phantom, right?
I compared the dry down to Black Phantom. It's got exactly the same sandalwood at the bottom as Black Phantom. It's got exactly the same.
4 years later, I quite like it.
Yeah.
It is quite sweet and syrupy and milky. Do you see any resemblance between that and Tea for Two? Dries Van Noten and Tea for Two.
Give us 2 seconds. Sort of.
Do you think there's something about those two? Something.
There's something. I'll tell you what. Do you know Tea for Two? Has it got a biscuit vibe about it? Like there's a type of like Tea for Two's got a
milky.
got a sort of like a milky cookie.
You said milk and tea when you were describing Tea for Two. You said milk and tea. You don't like milk in your tea. And
no. I said that Tea for Two smells like tea with no milk in it.
With no milk. I thought you said
milk.
Yeah.
No, okay. But I think that Dries Van Noten's got milk in it. It's got like warm milk. Yeah. You know when you put milk in a saucepan.
It smells Dries like milk cookies and barf, like baby cookies and barf.
Yeah. Whereas I think Tea for Two, has Tea for Two got like a biscuity vibe though to you, and it's got that has it got like it's not the tea note because the tea note's distinct from it. It was 2 seconds. I'll get me sample because I sprayed it on the day. Oh, I'll get me sample back out. I've got my big red envelope full of samples. This might take a minute. I'll tell you what gives me a headache. There's very few perfumes give me a headache, but Bowmakers gave me a headache yesterday. was trying that on my skin, and it just fucking, it just came to die. It just fucking, I got a blinding headache. It's like the polish at the top of it. If anybody's got bowmakers, if they smelled it, they'll know what I mean.
I get this. Grease smells like chunks of baby vomit after eating biscuits and milk floating in a vat of synthetic sandalwood with a few strands of saffron sprinkled over top.
That's a very strange scene.
It's very accurate.
Yeah. I'm not denying its accuracy. I'm just saying, just imagine the scene. Maybe give us 2 seconds. Tea for two just smells like nothing. Like,
you must have a bad.
Like,
you know what? Greggy's in the house. Just ask him if he sent you a crappy sample.
Greggy, did you send us a crappy sample? I don't think you would have sent us a crappy sample. What do you think of it, Greggy? What do you think of it, Greggy? Like, what do you think of tea for two? Sorry?
I don't find it crappy, either of them, Tea for Two or Drees. I find them quite interesting and enjoyable. Not groundbreaking, but, you know, just pleasurable perfumes, warm perfumes for the winter time. Both are very heavy.
Maybe it's because they're out of season.
But
Greggy, I'm just taking the piss. I know you wouldn't send us a crappy sample. I'm saying
you like Dries Van Noten at a certain time.
I liked it. I liked Dries Van Noten at the time when I smelled it. Yes, because I was at that stage where I was like investigating Marl, and I was like, it was one of those sandalwood, and I thought in fact, it was going to be my first full bottle from Frederick Marl, and I think a lot of people would fall into that trap. But I think living with it, I've got one of the 10 mils, and I think living with it after a while and just smelling it repeatedly, I don't think it's very nice.
I think it's the perfect cold weather fragrance. Cold and rainy, wet, snowy. That's one of the best fragrances for me. If I want warm, I
get what you're saying because of like the warm milk and stuff and like the comforting vibe from it.
It's like eating cookies next to a fireplace. That was kind of the inspiration coming in from where's Dries from? Amsterdam?
No, he's Belgian.
Where it's always raining, and the inspiration was just to come in from the streets, doing a day of shopping and coming into a cafe, sitting down next to a warm, toasty fireplace, and having, you know, milk, cookies, or tea or coffee or something like that. Belgium, yeah.
Yeah, he's from Belgium. No, I don't rate it. I don't rate Dries Van Noten. I've pretty much made my mind up about Dries Van Noten. I'm not a big fan. Tea for two, I'll crack on with it and I'll finish the sample that I bought off Greggy. And we'll see where it goes. But at the same time, like, as a first impression, I have changed my mind before though. But as a first impression, tea for two, it's not doing it for us. I wouldn't mind as well. I texted Samir when you gave us his number. I texted Samir and I was like, "Oh, have you still got some of those vintage L'artisan bottles?" He was like, "You must be fucking joking. They went years ago." I was like, "Fucking nightmare, absolutely devastated."
Why? You don't like them. You said you don't rate the house.
I know, but I'm saying they would have been blind buys at the time.
Oh yeah, you would have been devastated if you got them.
Yeah,
right.
But if the vintage ones were better, apparently, well, I've heard a few people say the newer. Do you know how they changed the bottles and the watered down Timbuktu?
Yeah,
especially
like
Timbuktu.
This color and style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they changed them, and apparently it's just not as good anymore. This is not the first time I've heard that.
Man, that's the same old story for every brand that changes their packaging.
Yeah, that's right. It's happened to Sergio Ton recently.
What do you think?
Sorry.
Go on.
I was gonna say it's what they should do is they should get the same perfumer who made the perfume in the first place to reformulate their own work
Properly.
That's why brands who have got an in-house perfumer do well in the long run, because they end up reformulating their own work. And you can tell when a different perfumer. That's why Chanel's reformulations always hold up really well. It's why Prada's when Prada changed from Infusion Dom to Infusion de Riz, there wasn't a huge outcry. There was an outcry when people thought that Infusion Dom had been discontinued, but when they smelled Infusion de Riz, they were like, "Oh, it's just the same fragrance," but it had been reformulated. But it was Mathilde Laurent who had done it.
She did the Pradas, Mathilde Laurent.
Yeah, Mathilde Laurent.
Or
Mathilde Laurent. Which one is it? That's it, Prada, and which one is it? That's
Daniela Andreae.
Andrea. Give us 2 seconds. We'll look it up, shall we? Just so we're not giving out false information.
What do you think of music for a while? Do you have a bottle of music?
I've got a little sample of music for a while. Haven't we discussed music for a while before? I think it's got exactly the same. I've nearly used the whole thing. I wore it not long ago, and I really had like come round to it. It's that caramel note at the top. No, not the caramel note at the top. It's the pineapple and the caramel.
Yeah,
it's
pineapple,
it's pretty
caramel,
pretty sweet.
There's one other sweet note in there: pineapple, caramel,
lavender.
I think there's 3 sweet notes.
Right, give us a second. I'll have a look. I'm just still looking up who it's Daniela Roche, but Daniela. So it's Daniela Roche Andrea. It's Daniela Andrea who is the in-house perfumer for Prada. So she's the one who does the reformulating for Prada. So, but moving on to music for a while, I'll check the notes on that, and we'll see. Music Wasp. Sweet. Yeah, it is fucking sweet. It's very sweet.
Maltol is the caramel.
Sorry?
The ethyl maltol is what gives it the caramel candy floss vibe.
Yeah, it's right. So it's got lavender, fruity notes. I fucking hate it when they do that.
That's the pineapple.
Yeah, no. The pineapple's a separate note. So it's lavender, fruity notes, anise, mandarin orange, and bergamot. That's at the top. The mid is pineapple and geranium. And then the base is patchouli, caramel, sugar, just straight up sugar, vanilla.
Even worse than I thought.
It's just got sugar cubes in there. It's diabetes.
But dude, it works somehow, man. Somehow it works.
That's the miracle of it.
It's like I think the lavender and patchouli suck up a lot of that sweetness. And
yeah,
you know, the pineapple is sweet, but it's like it's this really sticky, citrusy, sparkly, incensey sweetness, almost like this smoked effect.
The lavender gives it the incense vibe. I know what you mean by the incense, and the lavender and the pineapple work to give like a sort of a crazy incense sort of vibe off it. No, I know what you mean. Dude, it has got an incense vibe. Now you've said that, it really has got an incense vibe.
The first couple of times I wore it, I thought I was going to throw up. It was just like dripping sugar. All I could smell was pineapple and like bubble gum from that ethyl maltol. I was like, what is this? Like, this doesn't make any sense to me.
It's Carlos Benaim as well. So, I mean, it's like you're throwing shade at a fucking man who knows what he's doing. He's been around for a good 40 years.
He does know what he's doing.
He does know what he's doing. Yeah, he's brilliant. He's
Once,
really good
once I
perfumer.
got some air in that bottle, it really changed up, and it's just to me, it's magical. It might be my favorite mull. A little bit more than but a little bit better than Musk Ravageur.
Do you know? I've just picked up my little bottle of Musk Ravageur, and it's got little red bits in it.
Yeah,
It's got red particulate matter in it. Is yours?
from what?
I don't know from what. It's just got red particulate matter in it.
I don't remember
That's
seeing
crazy.
anything.
I've got gunk in me perfume. So if you had to rank, if I made you rank your top 5 malls right now, like in your order of standing, not in like the ones that you really like at the minute, not necessarily the ones you think are all time greats, or ones that but like ones that are your favorites right now, like a snapshot.
Right now, I would say music for a while, and then I like the green ones, Angelique sous la pluie. I like Geranium pour Monsieur. Dude, there's so many. This is so crazy to actually answer this question. It's like asking me which one of my kids is my favorite. How do you answer that?
Yeah.
I like Vetiver Extraordinaire. I know you don't like it. I like French Lover. I like Carnal Flower. It's just impossible to answer. I can tell you my most worn mulls, but that doesn't necessarily make them my favorites. I'll tell you my most worn over the last year.
Go on then. How will you do that? Are you checking a database, or are you just thinking? Or
Yeah, because I have them here.
Right. All right, no problem. Am I familiar with Arnold? Am I familiar with Louder for Men? No, mate, I've never heard of it. I'm joking, of course. Fucking Louder for Men. I've got like 3 bottles of Louder for Men. It's outrageously good. Oh.
Okay, so
I'm noticing another one that I really like. It's crap.
So in the last year, Portrait of a Lady 7 times, Music for a While 7 times, Musk Ravageur 6 times, French Lover 5 times, Geranium pour Monsieur 5 times, Vetiver Extraordinaire 4, Carnal Flower 4, Rosenqueer 4, Monsieur 4, Dawn 4, Dante Bra 3, The Moon 3, Eau de Magnolia 3.
Have you got your all-time favorite, like ones that you've wore over the last year?
Yeah, but I've been tracking for less than 2 years.
Go on then. Do the ones like all of your perfumes that
my
all
top
time.
10? Top 10. Okay.
Top 10.
Man. Okay, Portrait of a Lady, 18. The Moon, 14. Musk Ravageur, 14. Rosenqueer, 14. Coromandel, 12. Boy, 11. Promise, 11. Voice of the Snake, 10. Music for a While, 10. And The Night, 9.
How interesting to think that over the last 2 years, the most you've worn a perfume is 14 times.
Dude, that's what happens when you have like.
I totally agree. I'm just saying, isn't it interesting to just hear you say it out loud?
Yeah, I know. I think about it all the time. Like, why am I buying all these perfumes? I don't get the time to enjoy them.
No, I gave away a lot of my perfumes to a mate. I gave away a lot of them. And I felt great for it. I'm trying to shrink down like a few of the perfumes I've got. So I'm giving away and selling quite a few at the minute.
Do you keep track of your wares?
Yes, but it's on Fragrantica, so it doesn't. Eva's asking, do you register what you wear every single day? Who else does this? I do it, but I do it on Fragrantica, and it only goes back about 6 months. So I can do it if you want.
Yeah, give it.
But it doesn't tell.
For fun.
It doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you how many times you've worn it. It just tells you what you've worn on what day. So in the last 6 months, give us 2 minutes. I should really start doing it. What I need to do is I need to be bothered to start uploading everything to Base Notes. I've created a Base Notes account, but I need to be bothered to like start uploading all my perfumes. I'd like to put them in like I'd like to put them in some kind of order, because they're just in order of what, like when I bought them on Fragrantica, which is just higgledy-piggledy. So my perfume timeline. All right. So, oh my God, that's not very big. Right. We'll start.
It's a long time, especially if you have a large collection.
Yeah. Hold on. Right. So on Crane Noir, Alex. Right. So we will start on October the 1st, 2020.
Justin says he only has 18 perfumes at the moment. Man, hang around with us and you're gonna gain you're gonna collect a whole bunch.
You're gonna gain weight, mate. This doesn't include. I've got like 227, 28, and that doesn't include backups. I've like per number of bottles I've got close at 300, because I've got like a lot of backup bottles.
So you've got 300 in total. How many do you have like standalone if you take out all your backups from those?
About 227.
Wow. You have 75 backups?
I've got, I wouldn't say 75. I said it's kicking on for 300. Greggy's saying he bought more than 18 today. That doesn't surprise us.
Yeah.
I have 175. Yeah, it's nice to talk with other people who've got other massive collections, because it doesn't often make you feel better about your own madness when you realize when you're in like the insane asylum. You feel a lot better than you do when you're walking around outside with like normal people. Because at least you're in with your peers.
Let me ask you this, Richard. Go on. How much do you love perfume?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I love perfume a lot. Do you love perfume?
Yeah, I do.
How much?
Too much, I think, for a grown adult man.
Really? Is that not just because your pre-existing notion of a grown-up adult man doesn't fit with someone who loves perfume?
Well, what is the there is no meaning to pre-notion, but I think it does take up a lot of my passing time.
Does it take up more than you want it to? That's the question.
I consciously put my time into it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's obviously some sort of like rift between what you want and what you're experiencing, or you wouldn't be talking about it. It wouldn't be a problem for you. It wouldn't be an issue.
It's not a problem.
Right. So why did you say you probably do it more than like a normal adult man?
Well, it sounds kind of funny talking about perfume and thinking about perfume all the time. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. Is it any different from collecting stamps?
Well, collecting stamps to me sounds kind of goofy too. I mean,
is that not just
it's not It's not goofy to stamp collectors. I'm sure they love it, but
yeah. There could be like well-adjusted. I'm sure there's lots of well-adjusted people who collect stamps. But
yeah, it's worth
like
time.
Yeah, it's an addiction. I'm sure Eva will correct us if she's still listening. And addiction's only an addiction when it's causing you problems. When it's repetitive behavior that is causing you problems in your life. And addiction's only an addiction that you think is wrong. That there's a problem there. If it's hurting you socially or mentally or physically, that's a problem. Otherwise, it's just behavior.
So just being OCD doesn't qualify for an addiction?
It's not OCD though, is it? Because if you think it's normal to you, if it's not hurting you, if you don't see a problem with it, then it's fine. That's why they say taking the first step is the biggest step to take. Like admitting like you've got a problem is like the hardest step,
right?
Because it's only a problem when you say it's a problem, when you feel it's a problem.
You think that's the case? Only if you feel it?
Only when you realize it. I think.
Can it be possible that somebody has an addiction and they don't feel it or don't realize it?
Well, almost everybody who's had an addiction at some point didn't realize it was an addiction, or they wouldn't become an addict. I think Mark Patton makes a great point, right? I'd rather collect fragrances, right, and have this hobby, because this hobby brings you into a community. What would you be doing now if you didn't have this community? You'd be sitting on your bill, fucking twiddling your thumbs, or you'd be doing something else more destructive. To me,
yeah,
and to a lot of people.
You could be doing something that would be consuming a lot of your time. It doesn't necessarily need to be destructive. Like somebody's saying, collect football gear or sporting jerseys.
Yeah.
Or sports cards.
Yeah.
Something else would be consuming a lot of your time, or even playing sports.
Yeah. The good thing about the fragrance thing is, I mean, look, there's 102 people in here at the minute listening to it. There's a constructive nature, and a lot of addictions are destructive in nature.
Do they have to be destructive?
Well, they've got to be a negative. Sorry?
Eating can be an addiction.
Yeah, exactly. But then you get obese people. Obese people, what do you think obese people are? They're addicts. They're addicted to eating. They're addicted to the act of eating, and they're addicted to food. Like, you don't get to be obese without putting a lot of work in. You don't get to have a collection of like 300 fragrances without putting a lot of work in. It's what?
We're getting to conflict here.
Getting a bit of conflict. Well, why don't Tara and Eva come on the stream? Like, you're like a you know about these things. Like, come on the stream and like talk to me about it.
I think you just need to be aware of it and how you feel yourself.
Yeah, I think it's moreish. I think it's something that you feel like you want to do more.
If you're spending the majority of your day thinking about it, there's definitely some addictive tendencies there. That doesn't mean that it's good or bad. It just means you're addicted.
Yeah,
like you say,
I've put into Google.
If you're not hurting yourself and you're able to pay your expenses.
So I've asked Google what the definition of addiction is, and this is from a government article. The NCBI, NIH. I don't know exactly what that means, but addiction is a term that means compulsive psychological need for and use of a habit-forming substance, characterized by tolerance and well-defined. So I don't necessarily agree that it has to be fucking drug addiction. Maybe addiction. Maybe we're using the word addiction wrong. Maybe we should just be using the word like OCD.
All right. Would you be able to stop buying for a month?
I think I would now.
Would that change the way you feel over the next month?
Excuse me. Would it change the way I feel? No, because you know what I think would happen is I think I would just get into a place where I wouldn't buy anything and I wouldn't get any relief. Like I find quite like when I got that perfume today, when I bought that perfume, I felt like a relief, a relief of tension rather than like like attaining something. I felt like I was getting rid of something.
Yeah. I don't think
Jonathan.
there needs to be a substance. I think what the addiction is, you're addicted to just as much as the actual perfume is the stimulant. It's the dopamine hit.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the reward thing. That's why cocaine's so addictive, isn't it? Because it hijacks it. Just Bernardo, that was not a fart; it was a burp.
I heard it too, but I wasn't going to say
it was a burp. Well, you're too kind, but it was a burp. I promise you. If it was a fart, I would just tell you because I'm a horrible man. We're in a funny ground because it's not a substance that we're abusing. It's OCD. We're building up like it's like OCDs to like soothe yourself. People do like OCD. People become like obsessively compulsed to do things because it makes them feel a little bit better. It's to stop something from happening, not make something happen.
Stop what?
And I feel like that's like making you. Well, do you know when you don't buy a perfume for a while, how do you feel? When you were at the height of your raging fucking, when you were at the height of your raging addiction, right? What happened to you when you hadn't bought a perfume and you wanted to? You got anxious, you got upset, you got distracted, you got it's dissonance.
Yeah.
I think it's called dissonance. It's psychological pain.
It comes out in different forms.
Yeah, exactly. And the buying is to make that go away.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas that's a way of like soothing yourself. It's literally like when your mother used to come up and like rub you on the head and like make sure everything's going to be okay. It'll get you fear of missing out. The Honest J Bones. That's a good shout. The fear of missing out is strong in the perfume community, and it's played upon by the suppliers, by the people who sell perfume. Don't miss out. Don't miss out on this deal. Don't miss out. Like the people who sell perfumes. Anybody who does, well, because it's advertising's all based on the fucking fear of missing out. Don't miss out on this deal. Don't miss out on this perfume. Like there's limited stock, or the first certain number of people to use this fucking link will get so much off. Or if you click on this link, it helps.
That's marketing.
Yeah, no, that's marketing, but it's all based on that fucking. That's all based on the principle what we're talking about, though, isn't it? The principle that if I don't buy this, I'm gonna fuck. My head's gonna explode, but your head's not gonna explode.
No, you imagine it's going to.
Yeah, you feel like it's going to, but it's not.
Yeah, you feel stress and anxiety. I know that feeling too well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You buy a perfume to make that stress and anxiety go away. because you know you're going to get a little hit of dopamine. You know you're going to get a little bit of relief. It's going to burst the bubble that's building up inside you.
So I would consider that an addiction then, if you're dealing with your pain through the stimulant of acquiring anything, any kind of luxury.
But then you've got what about exercise? Is exercise an addiction? Can you get addicted to exercise?
Yeah, I believe.
Or is it just, although there are positive and negative. There are constructive and destructive behaviors. It's not as simple as calling something an addiction. I think addiction should be served for like abuse of like a substance. Addiction's like a layman's term.
Do you think the term, I don't even know if we should be going here because we're not certified, but you know, you often hear once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, like an alcoholic for life. Do you believe that's true?
About perfume?
And any addiction. I guess if you can say an alcoholic,
I think it's true. I think it's true with hard drugs, and I include alcohol in hard drugs because if alcohol was illegal, it would be if alcohol was illegal, it would be a class A drug, or like whatever the strongest like addiction. Jonathan makes a good point. I know addiction imminently. 9 years clean, well done. And this sober, this hobby is nothing close to OCD, possibly, but not addiction. I agree. I think addiction is a substance abuse problem, and I think OCD, this is a learned behavior. It's not like an external force that's acting on with this. This is something that comes from within.
Drug abuse too. Drug abuse is to cover up pain and suffering.
Yes, I don't doubt that they overlap.
Is to cover up pain and suffering as well.
No, I agree. I agree that they overlap in some ways.
Congratulations, Jonathan, by the way.
Yes, Jonathan should be extremely proud of himself. Not 9 years is a long time. I bet you 9 years. I bet you didn't think you had 9 years when you started getting sober. Like 9 years is a long time. The first 2 weeks, sometimes it's about getting through the next 10 seconds.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it really is about getting through the next 10 seconds. It's a funny old one. But I think Galen was right when he said, before he dropped a comment, and he said, addiction is the most addiction's overused in this community. It is overused. No doubt that we are getting to the point where we're compulsively buying. Definitely. From compulsion, yes, but I don't think it's not as serious.
It might not have the same consequences, but I think it all stems from the exact same place. So the behavior,
you think it's a different manifestation of the same thing.
Yeah. I think the more one suffered and felt pain, the more they needed to distract themselves, and maybe perfume wasn't enough to do that. Maybe they needed to,
I think a lot of people
goes with something harder to numb that pain.
Yeah, I think perfume's become quite a great little halfway house for people. I think Bernardo said something interesting when I was on the stream with him the other day, where he said he thinks a lot of autistic people are in the fragrance community, and I think he's right. I also think that there's a lot of people in here who have suffered with addiction problems, and they've found a lot of solace in the fragrance community, because it's a community, but whereas you can still get that. I think it's more the community where you get the people come for the community. People come for the fragrances, but they stay for the community.
Yeah, to be a part of something.
Yes, I think it shouldn't be underrated how massive how massive the community part is of this. I think if me and you came on stream and didn't talk about perfume, right? That people, I think the same 100 people that tune in all the time would still tune in to listen to you, and they'd still want to hear like what you talk, like, you know, like, I mean, I don't get us wrong, a lot of people would go away, but you would still get like people who consider themselves, who've got like an attachment to you. But people definitely stay for the community aspect of it. They get all sorts of aspects of community. It's like community. Humans are social animals. They get like
they
get like something inherent. There's something like of the human in a community sort of thing, and it's when everybody's got a common goal. It's like when people go into the military, when you've got a common goal, right? That's how and sports teams as well, how humans work together like that and come together, and they're in a pack where it's something that binds them together. And the thing about perfume is that it's always changing. It's got history, it's got a present, and it's got a future. There's room for everybody to come in. People will find their own cliques. People will find like their own like little way, and like people will throw shade at other people. But as a whole, we're a very peaceful community. As a whole, it's one of the reasons why I get so upset about people fucking taking advantage of we in the way that some of the brands do. They come in and they're like, oh yeah, I'm just like, I know what, like, you've all got this passion and you're all here, so I'm just gonna fucking make some money off you and fuck off. And it pisses me off that, because they're upsetting, they're poisoning the well. You know?
You're going to find that's the nature of life. You're going to find that everywhere on every medium, or people are going to want to take advantage of others in any way they can.
I would agree with some of that, but not necessarily all of it, to an extent.
That's what media is. You know, it's, you know, you're watching these movies on TV for free, but you're not, you know, somebody's paying them to put those movies on in order to sell you advertising and commercials, and social media is no different. You go on Instagram, you get bombarded with advertising. You go on YouTube, there's advertising. You go on Facebook, there's advertising.
You know what the cure for that is, don't you?
Not go on it, but you know, the problem with that is you don't get
the cure for that. The cure for that is fucking ad blocker. And then you can get it for free.
Well, I think everybody would have an ad blocker, and then these social media outlets wouldn't exist, would they?
They're fucking horrible. The social media has got no tacit. Facebook and Google, right, are the biggest content fucking providers in the world. They don't produce any content.
No, but they do.
They give you a platform to do it.
Right. Somebody has to create all the programming and keep it running and keep it up to date and keep an eye on it.
Not necessarily, unless somebody hacks it. It's in and of itself. It's not necessarily like.
Well, somebody's watched an algorithm. Somebody's programmed an algorithm. I agree, but they don't necessarily have to for it to work. If they just left it and let it run, then it would be fine by itself, surely. That never happens. They're always changing the interface. They're always tweaking it to make it work better. Or
totally get you. Totally understand. You're right. What I'm saying is that they don't necessarily need to do that. Galen, I don't watch your videos, son. You've got no worries about that.
That's not.
It's not true at all. I was watching his video the other day. I go back through his older videos. Galen used to have this intro music, and it was so fun. I fucking used to love it. Honestly, I just imagined him like lurking in like some long grass, and it like the music used to come on. It was like da 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 da, and I just imagined like Galen just popping his head up for some long grass and just like trying to infiltrate some kind of base, you know, like just like a commando.
I'm gonna drop the link if somebody wants to come on.
Galen, come on. Bernardo, you come on. I can't think of anyone else. Tara, you come on.
Yeah, let's get Tara.
Eva, come on.
Eva can school us on addiction.
That's right. Eugene is the niche Jeremy fragrance.
What?
Eugene is a nice Jeremy. Eugene is the niche Jeremy fragrance, somebody has said.
Wow. I actually like Jeremy.
Really?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he's doing his own thing. Staying in his lane.
What's up, guys? My name's not really Jeremy, but there you go. Greggy boy could come on if his wife lets him. What are these two Portuguese people saying in Portuguese? I want to see a girl. Yes, Bernardo's right. Get a girl on. Eva's coming on. Oh my God, Eva's coming on. Wow. Mark Patton, don't say that. I'm not having that, like.
Hello, Eva.
Hi guys. How are you guys doing?
Good. How's it going?
Hello.
Good. How are you guys going?
Oh, fuck. It's going to turn into a shit show. Hang on a second.
Who else is coming on?
Ladies and gentlemen, put your seatbelts on because Daddy
It's not Neil, is it?
is here. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. What's going on here, boys?
Tell us what's
Hi,
up.
Terry.
Hello.
Hello, Mitch, Eugene. Eva.
How you doing?
I'm doing. I call
Mitch,
you Mitch.
You Mitch, you.
You Mitch, you. What's up, Eugene?
Not much. Glad to see you here. How you been?
I'm just living the dream every day. Every day it's a nightmare. But
I don't believe that for a second. Getting married soon. I'm sure you're excited. I'm sure you got a lot of plans.
I do have a lot of plans. It's true.
Yeah. You guys ready to go?
We're ready. We're ready to go for sure. We're ready to go somewhere.
You're always ready. I get the feeling.
I'm ready for anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I had no intentions. I was actually going to do an early stream, and I seen you were live in my subscription, and I have mine going, and I left it to come on.
Oh,
I'm on here. I seen the link. I clicked on the link.
you're the spontaneous guy. I know you like to stream late at night, and I'm usually done by the time you start. So I think there's a nice balance there.
Yeah, it is. It is a nice balance, and I'm in rare form right now this early, so you're gonna get me at full battery still.
Yeah, I got the best of Joey Cannoli.
This is the best. This is the best of you and me. You know, we haven't had a chat in a while, so I thought it would be great to reminisce and catch up on good times.
You know, we're still way before hours. This isn't even prime time. This is still daylight hours. We got to do this like at a 10 p.m. midnight kind of time.
Yeah, exactly. I think we might do a 24-hour stream.
Yeah,
No
I
doubt.
thought about it, but I'm not sure if I'd be able to handle 24 hours.
I think with me by your side, you could handle anything.
I think with you by my side, I agree with that.
You know,
I think we could probably own YouTube.
we could own YouTube. We could actually cancel YouTube if we wanted to. I think we have that jurisdiction.
I'd lose half of my subscribers.
Yes, but you would gain so much more in your head. You know, it's the mental subscribers that you have to care more about. You know, the ones that subscribe up here.
Yeah, I'm sure the diehards would stick around.
And that's the truth. The diehards will stick around. And I was listening to Mitch, and it's true. You know, you're going to lose a lot of subs because for some people, the only thing they care about is fragrance. But you want the diehards. You want to be able to talk about anything and know they're still going to stand by you.
Yeah.
And you care about what you have to say. Some people are gluttons for fragrance talk, and that's all they care about.
I agree, but I'll tell you what, when I get connected with a YouTuber that I enjoy, I want to know more than just fragrance. I want to know about the person.
Yeah.
I want to know what they like, what they don't like, what they're like, you know, what their other passions are, what they do, where they spend their time outside of fragrance.
Exactly. This is just one aspect of ourselves that we portray, you know, show on the internet. But what about the guy behind the camera? You know?
Yeah,
Who is
absolutely.
Who is he?
Absolutely. Lots of people don't know who their YouTubers are.
No, No, and I feel like lots of people, just on the broad spectrum of YouTube, they feel that they know these people because they show themselves every day, but you only know what
they're selling.
allow you to see. Exactly. You only know the best version that they're trying to sell, but that's never the case. I mean, who's Rich Mitch when he's not on the stream? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
You might not know, but I know.
Exactly.
I'll tell you. We'll hook up later, and I'll tell you everything I know.
I'll always accept a good
shit.
hookup from Eugene. Eva, how you doing?
Sorry, I muted myself. Good. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Eva, you wanted to talk about addiction.
Yeah, don't let me
Or
interrupt.
we asked you to talk about addiction, is what I should say.
Yeah, but I think everything has been said basically. But there's definitely healthier addiction and
See you later.
more negative. And obviously, a heroin addiction is never going to be the same as a shopping addiction or a cigarette addiction. And they are expanding the umbrella and not just keeping that term for substance abuse. It's also just repetitive behavioral patterns.
I was going to ask you.
I think
I was going to ask you.
addictions is just to distract you from your problems. The bigger the problem, the harder the addiction.
Mm.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily need to be destructive. But if it's taking you away from other things that are important that aren't getting done, that could be an addiction. I mean, I say I have a fragrance addiction because I spend most of my waking time thinking about fragrances. Fragrances pretty much run my life. If there's a fragrance release, I'm the first one there, but I don't take care of other things like, getting my license plate renewed. They've been expired for 3 months. I still don't have a sticker on my license plate, So my priorities aren't where they're supposed to be because of fragrance.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it is the excitement, though. You know it's something that you could get in trouble for, but you want to see how far you can skate along.
Yeah, that is part of it. That's always been kind of my personality, is to skate on the edge.
Yeah.
Danger.
Like it can fly under the radar and not really give significant problems for a long time until something bad happens, and then boom. Like someone in the chat said, it's only an addiction when you go into debt or can't pay for essential stuff. But I don't necessarily agree. Like, for loaded rich people can still be addicted to something, and it might still be detrimental in a lot of ways. But it's not. It's very expanding.
I was saying it's only an addiction when you feel it's, when you say it's an addiction, when you personally have to turn around and say, this is a problem for me. I don't like what I'm doing, and I want it to be different.
Yeah, but most addicts don't really see their own addiction in the beginning, though. So, or do you mean something else?
I agree with that. Yeah, I think I said that as well. Most people don't own it. That's why the biggest step with addiction is people saying that they've got a problem.
How about addiction to bettering your life? Is addiction always necessarily bad?
No. I have a couple of patients who are like addicted to sports. It doesn't really have a bad impact on their life.
You think like exercise though? I used to know guys that would spend 6 hours in a gym, and if they didn't go, they would like have a meltdown.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's a form of OCD itself, right?
Right.
Yeah, there is some.
Go ahead, Eva. I apologize.
I'm sorry, we are at the time lag. No, there is some overlap though with OCD. I specialize in OCD. That's my main thing. And it's definitely different, but it's the compulsion basically that overlaps, and the what's the word in English? The irrational part of it that overlaps with OCD and addiction. That is off the top of my head all I can.
Has anyone ever sold a fragrance before?
I'm planning.
Or stole.
Stolen, yes. Has anyone ever stolen a fragrance from a store, or even had the idea and stopped?
Yeah, or lied about purchases? I've never stole a fragrance.
A fake sticker at a TJ Maxx, if you will, for $2. Do you feel like hell's a real thing? Are you planning on going there? Let us know.
Has anyone stolen a fragrance? I don't think anyone's going to fuss up to that.
They should though.
That's serious. Yeah.
You know.
I don't know. That's a lot to admit to. I think that's much worse than lying about purchasing a fragrance.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's a crime.
Well, it depends, because you're stealing from an anonymous store or corporation, but you're lying to the people closest to you. So from a subjective point of view, you are hurting the people closest to you, or in your mind, you would think that you're actually trying to protect them. You know, that's like part of the snowball.
Yeah.
What happens is that that's when it starts to snowball. To me, that would be a really it's a subtle, but it's a big warning sign when you've got to start telling lies about about your behavior.
Yeah. I mean, when you feel shame, is it too late by that point?
You feel what?
When you feel shame, if you feel shameful doing something, if you have to wonder if what you're doing is wrong, it probably is, right? I mean, that's the telltale.
It almost makes doing it not worth it. Not enjoy it. How can you enjoy that after?
How do you get a mental high if you're already depressed? You know,
I think that's why people hide it from significant others, because then they can't really enjoy it as much because they're ashamed or they get guilt trip. I think that's part of it.
So what happens is when you're depressed and what happens is you don't get the high. You just do it to feel normal, and you hear a lot of addicts say that I have to do it just to feel normal. And they're trying to escape their own misery. So that's sort of what at the point I was making to Eugene before. It's more to like get some respite from your own like internal dissonance, like your own like dysphoria. That's what it's called, like your mental pain. And you get some respite by, just like Eugene would say, like you distract yourself from it instead of sitting inside it. And that's a big thing that like you hear a lot of addicts say. The shame part as well. The shame part's a huge part of addiction. It certainly feels like it, 'cause you hear a lot of people. That's like one of the reasons people don't reach out for help, because they feel like they feel like they've done something wrong. Yeah, it's embarrassing. You've done something wrong. You've let people down. People are going to hate you. You hate yourself. Yeah. You can't believe it. You don't want to be like those people you've seen on the TV who have got problems, because you're better than that. Like you don't want to go into that because of your preconceived notions of how other people are.
Yeah.
Stealing itself can be stimulating.
Right.
You can feel stealing. You could feel either shame or stimulated.
It's adrenaline.
Absolutely.
The thrill of the catch, right?
Yeah.
You know, when I was in 6th grade, I was the stinky kid for a couple months because I would wear the same underwear a lot. And I remember overhearing the conversation of the popular kids. And remember, you're in 6th grade, you're a kid, right? Who cares? But at the time, it's your entire social status is what people think about you. And I remember overhearing a conversation of who's the smelliest kid in class. And they said it was me. And from that day forward, I got into fragrances. And it's not that I didn't shower. I just liked wearing the same underwear. I was marveled at the aroma I would create. And that's when I knew I was a perfumer. But it's true. I was the stinky kid for 6th grade for like 2 months.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. And now I'm the best smelling guy in the room. You know, think about it. We all want to be the best smelling one in the room, don't we? Very selfish. Am I projecting? Am I the only one? Anyone?
No, you're good, man. It's honesty. It's authentic.
It's genuine.
It feels good, doesn't it? Instead of
I feel relieved.
Shame.
I feel like I'm looking at my sixth grade year old self, and and he's giving me a hug, telling me it's gonna be okay.
It's okay.
You know, it's okay to let go of the past.
Little Joey, it's okay. Daddy's here.
Not you, Joey. Not you, Joey. Not you. Not you.
Yeah.
Like Goodwill Hunting.
It's okay. Yeah. We all have that inner child that we got to take care of.
Yeah, we do. We do. And sometimes we neglect it. And I think we have to revisit them every now and then.
Yeah.
You know,
and it comes out in forms where we don't expect it or we're not even aware of.
Yeah.
And that's why we seek pleasure through whatever it is we're chasing, perfumes or alcohol or
sex,
whatever, sex, food, other people.
And it's
Other-
a gamble.
Do you ever buy?
Other people is a
Here's
huge
the-
addiction. Not wanting
Let
to
me
be
flip
alone.
this. Let me flip this on its head. Right? Do you ever buy a perfume to celebrate something?
You could use. I'd probably use it as an excuse.
That's an excuse, right?
Perfume. But yeah, it's an excuse.
What's a real
But
accomplishment?
you wouldn't do it. But you wouldn't do it the other way around, though. You wouldn't literally celebrate by buying a perfume, like using it in like a constructive way. Like I've got a lot of perfumes that I know I bought because of something that happened.
Mm.
Yeah.
Um,
When I
that
want to
I-
reward. I'm sorry.
No, go on. No, sorry.
If I feel like I did a good job, then yeah, I'll use that as a motivator. Like, okay, if I finish this, then I'm allowing myself to blah blah blah. But I don't know if that's a best idea, but So
No,
that-
it's well, no, you're right. No, it's not. But it's how a lot of it's like how a lot of animal like not human behavior, but like animal behavior. It's like a treat. It's like it's reward for like good behavior. Like when the teacher at school and you got an A, it's no different from getting an A for doing good work at school. You get that A and you feel great because you've got good grades because you did like the right job. You did a good job.
Yeah.
Neil's asking for the link.
Neil's backstage. Should I let him on?
no.
If you let him on, I'm leaving.
No,
Yeah, me too.
You
No,
got-
but I'm
I
leaving
might leave as well.
Look what you did, Neil. Look what you fucking did. Everywhere you go, you shit all over the bed.
I don't know what you say. Fuck, I love it.
I'm
I'm back.
kidding. Neil.
What's happening, Lord? Give it to us.
Look at this guy.
Neil,
Scent
please.
of the day.
Are you in your flip flops?
Yeah, sort of. It's like a Jaguar Performance Intense 2011 batch. It's pretty good, very minty. But the regular one isn't that good. But this is discontinued. And I know you like to talk about discontinued flags. Yeah, this is the intense version. Hey, Joey, how you doing, man?
What's going on, Neil? You got a little
What's up,
wind.
Rich Mitch?
Someone's windy.
Hello.
Windy
Rich
City.
is
Yes,
always asking me like, what is this? What is third? I don't want to talk about third wave feminism. Well, what is this? What is that? Like he doesn't know anything, or is he just trying to test me? I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I know.
Rich and me used to be really good friends. You know, when the other guy used to stream, which I will go unnamed or whatever. But listen, we had good times. We would just chill on the phone. Like we were on the phone, but there were like 3 people on the stream. And we were just talking on the phone, talking about Balenciaga Port Home is the greatest patchouli fragrance of all time. It really isn't. It's a good cheapie though, but it's not cheap anymore, so it's not even worth it. Oh well.
Neil's living his
Neil,
best
I
life.
have,
isn't
Neil,
he?
I have never spoken to you on the phone in my entire life.
Well, one time at Aaron's house, and then one time it was a stream, but I was on my phone. There was maybe 3 people on the stream, and yeah, no. One time at Aaron's house, she did speak to me on the phone, but then another time, it was like kind of like the phone, but it was like we were on a stream, but it was sort of like the phone because whatever.
Neil, where are
You
you
don't like
going? Where are you going?
I'm doing my little walk. I do a little exercise.
He's cruising the
Jaguar
streets looking
Performance
for
Intense. Very
cruising the
minty, very nice.
They're
Gotta walk around, man. You gotta lose that belly, man. You know, that's one of the greatest things in life, after perfume, of course, is walking. Walking is life, man.
What if you're in a wheelchair and you can't walk? What about them?
Dude, I feel
Here's-
bad.
When you're walking,
I don't
Neil,
even tell jokes about those people because,
Neil,
yeah.
when you go for a walk, what do you usually think about? What comes up for you?
That's the thing, man. It's kind of boring. Like just walking, if you're not on the phone or you're not on the stream or whatever, it's a little boring.
You know what that means, right?
What? You're autistic?
No, it just means you're bored of yourself.
Actually, it just means I want to walk around and get moving. And I mean, people go on the elliptical, and what do they think of? They listen to music, I guess. You want to get outside, man. You know, breathe the fresh air. That's what it's all about.
I heard if you want to be creative, go for a walk, and that's where your best ideas come from.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, that was proven to be a lie after today.
Neil proved it.
Miami
Well, the
Vice.
cops on me.
Neil, they're coming for
Yeah,
you.
they're not.
Are they after Jeremy or what?
He just threw up a Cuddles crew, thought he was throwing up gang signs.
Hey, throw up the Cuddles crew, Eugene.
I need too much time to do that.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
yeah, you
Eugene,
did.
are you ashamed to say we spoke on the phone?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I got no reason to deny it.
I don't know why Rich is like, he's like embarrassed to know me or something.
I'm not embarrassed to know you, son.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
embarrassed to know you at
He's
all.
like, when did I even talk to you on the phone? I did talk to you when I was at Adam's house, and
I remember that now. No, you're right. No, no, you're right.
The suppressed memory, Neil. Traumatic event.
what am I, the stepchild of Frat Bomb Man?
Huh?
And you were the first one to diagnose me with, you know,
Asperger's. You've got big double quarter pounder fucking Asperger's.
Neil, don't take it so personal. I think
Dude.
Rich has diagnosed half of Fragcom with being on the
To
spectrum.
be fair, I did say you need to
I
go and see
mean,
a doctor.
listen, I said before, I'm not embarrassed. I told everybody, I think when I was with George Zaharoff, I said it like, you know, live. I said, you know, when my birth mom was pregnant with me, she overdosed on drugs and she did get 2 of the 3 abortion shots, and JFK got shot. So that's a fucking true story, man. Believe it or not.
Would you?
But
Does that mean if you got 2 of the 3
so
shots,
here's
does that
the
mean you'd be
story.
3
Here's the
times
story.
bigger if you hadn't got them?
Mitch, if JFK didn't get shot, I wouldn't be here.
Well, it's a good job
go
he
to
did, isn't it?
You should go
Thank
pray at his
God.
cemetery.
No, it's a true story.
Neil,
He'll
are
go
you
blow out his candle.
Neil, are you saying
It's-
2/3 of you is already dead, and we're looking at the remaining 1/3? Is that what's
That's
happening?
what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
that's what I was
like,
trying to
you
say.
know, no, I said to you, I think I told you before, it's not an embarrassing story. First of all, don't do drugs when you're pregnant, and you know.
Thank you,
But
Neil.
yeah,
I'll try to remember that.
I met my
won't
birth
do drugs when I'm
mom.
pregnant.
I met my birth mom in my 20s, and the first thing she said to me is, "I can't believe you came out normal."
But she only met you for 5
Doesn't
minutes.
know you.
She really get to know you. Right.
No, but like just physical
Spend the
appearance.
day with them, and you'll regret it.
Then like after the whole day, she kind of understood. Like, yeah.
So you haven't seen your mom since the time you were born till you turned 20.
Yeah.
Did that affect you at all?
No, because my mom that took care of me did a really good job, and you know, I had a mom and dad, and my father that I grew up with was really into colognes, kind of like if Joey were my dad, you know, sort of like if you were my dad, you know.
I am
And-
your dad,
and
Neil. I've been waiting all this time to tell you.
Neil,
Like,
would you like if Joey or if I were your dad?
well, I'm too old for that, but like, yeah. But like,
Not in a literal sense.
I have like
Metaphorically
20
speaking.
pictures of my dad putting shaving cream on my face because it was a really big deal to him to shave. You know, like, I remember one time I didn't shave, like, you know, after I got out of the military, he's like, only bums don't shave.
Is that why you always tell me to shave my face, Neil?
That's what my father said.
But if I'm
Oh.
your dad, that cancels itself out.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, my grandfather, he was the one who gave me the work ethic. He used to wear Guerlain on eat.
Okay.
That's pretty cool, right? He kind of had that, and Guerlain, Habit Rouge EDP. It sort of has an old man smell to it, like it has that woody smell, like not like like almost like a lemon furniture polish kind of smell, like antique furniture.
Yeah.
Like a dark wood.
Yeah. Powdery, leathery.
Yeah. So he smelled exactly like that. And I didn't know he wore Habit Rouge EDP, but the first time I made a trade with Duncan, he sent it. I was like, oh my God, this is my grandfather. My grandfather used to wear this. I don't know if it's true, but he smelled exactly like that, So it brought back a lot of scented memories for me. It's not my favorite fragrance. And I think really Habit Rouge EDP does fit an older man like in their 60s, but I wear it just for the scented memory.
Neil, where'd you get your good looks from? Your birth mom or your stepmom?
Dude, I mean, she didn't have, you can only, men and women, the birds and the bees, my birth mom. But yeah, my birth dad was Italian. He's a very good looking guy.
Thank you.
So I got the good looks from the Italian side.
Yeah.
And my birth mother, she lives in the Upper East Side in Manhattan, and she walks every single day. And she said that's the greatest pleasure in life is to walk. It's true.
Mrs. Cuddles is a fucking saint.
Yeah. Oh, my mom that took care of me. Yeah.
Do they know about your YouTube channel?
Not like I send my mom videos if I put together. I don't send her the videos anymore because now it's like a little controversial. And she'll be like, one time my mom asked me, what's a liberal mean? Because one of her friends said, I think you're a liberal. And then she asked me, she goes, I don't know what that means. That's why I had to explain to her. My mom doesn't know the newer terms. So how's everything going out there, man, in Canada?
Everything's good. We just got stuck in lockdown today. We got this massive text from the government saying, don't leave your house unless you're working, unless you're going for groceries or exercising or to the hospital. Otherwise, you're not supposed to leave home.
Oh, fascist. Yeah.
Here we go.
I know how you think, Eugene. You know how I think. You don't have to say it out loud. I think you're not a conservative, but I think if you were in the United States, I think you'd vote for Trump.
You think so?
Oh.
No politics. That was just a little hint.
No politics, but he's talking politics.
I mean,
I don't know how he does it. He's proper mastered the art of it. It's a proper artistic endeavor for him. It's unbelievable how he does it.
I've been wearing.
Has he really mastered it though, or has he just kind of?
I've been wearing fragrances before Rich Mitch was born. That's all I gotta say. Owned, baby, owned.
Dude, if you never seen Rich Mitch, you would think he's 60 years old by the fragrances he wears.
No, he showed himself like 5 seconds one time, and like he's bald, good looking dude. I mean, from the 5 seconds I saw, he looked like a very good looking dude.
That's what all the ladies say.
Yeah.
You think he's handsome?
Well, I'm not going to talk if I were gay or whatever.
Cuddles, are you bisexual? Is that what's going on here? It's okay if you are.
Listen, I told Eugene is the monetized stream, so I won't talk any trash. On your streams, I told you, like I could be funny and silly and whatever on your streams because you're kind of like blacklisted.
Are you saying I'm a joke, Neil? You don't take anything serious?
No, you're not a joke. But
you think I'm funny?
Yeah, funny how? What am I, a clown? Do I amuse you? Do I make you laugh? Is that it?
You kind of remind me of Joe Pesci.
There you go.
Yeah, I think. Hey, what's going on with George Zaharoff? Am I shadow banned by him also, or is he really busy?
He's got
I'm
a
sure he's
lifestyle.
busy in life. Stuff comes and goes. I think one of his friends passed away, so he's busy
Oh,
with that.
okay, yeah.
You know,
But just because somebody doesn't talk to you for 5 days doesn't mean you're banned or blocked.
I know.
that's true. That's true.
People have lives. It's funny how, there's 7 billion people on the world, and each one thinks that the world revolves around them.
I know.
That is interesting, to be fair. That is an
Yeah.
interesting,
Hey,
it is an interesting thing to think about.
put me on full screen for a second.
There's only one man.
Absolutely.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
There's
Look.
only one man in.
Look, this is Miami, buddy. Look.
What if a shark just ate you and pulled you in? Maybe an alligator.
You see the sun down? The sun's going down. There's people on those little, what do you call them, jet skis.
Jet ski.
Beautiful, huh?
Isn't it amazing how the universe observes itself through your eyes?
Yeah. And you see all those palm trees. That's I-95 over there. Like where I live, it's sort of like, I bought it back in the 80s, and it was very inexpensive. And that's kind of like these condos right here. I almost bought a condo in there for like $25,000. For $25,000 back in the days. And I bought it in my condo. But look at the view. They're on the water. This is like a lake though. But it's very peaceful to come out here and just chill. That's the beauty of Miami. That's why I go outside, to just sort of veg out. Enjoy the sun. Look at this. Am I on full screen or no?
No.
Okay, but could I be on? Look for 1 second.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, look at this. How beautiful it is, with the sun on the lake. This is awesome.
Neil, if I ever come down to Miami, can I stay with you?
Yeah. I got it, but you have to sleep on the. It's a couch, and it extends, like the legs extend. I've actually fallen asleep there many times.
You mean you wouldn't let me sleep in bed with you?
In real life or on Streamlife? Streamlife,
Real
yeah,
life.
but in real life, no.
No, real life, like kids. You know how kids, that when they have sleepovers, they sleep in the same bed and everything is safe and okay.
Okay, we could do that, but like your feet have to be by my head, and my head has to be by your feet.
You know what that
He
means,
wants to
though, right?
69. He wants to 69.
He wants to suck on your toes, is what that means. You'll wake up.
This isn't the cannoli stream, man. This is a monetized stream right here. You got to be careful. Eugene is a big dog.
I'm hardly a big dog.
No, I know. It's surprising how a lot of them really took off. A lot of the YouTubers really took off.
What do you mean in that way?
Well,
Took
when
off.
when
You mean grew?
when I went to Chicago with Ashton, he only had like 60,000 subs. Because I thought, wow, nobody in Fragcom could really pass 100,000. And now he's like, I don't know. He's big.
Do you think you, George, and myself would all fit in your bed?
Yeah, we have to do
one on top of the other.
like zigzag, like, you know.
What size is your
Middle in the
bed?
middle.
King size.
Oh, you got the baller size.
Neil,
Yeah.
don't you sleep in a hospital bed?
I got
With
my
the cage
CPAP.
up so he doesn't fall out.
I got to sleep on the side with the CPAP though. As long as I sit on the side with the CPAP. But the weather is absolutely beautiful here in Miami, man.
It's
I feel
awful,
sorry
but
for the
nobody
people.
cares.
I feel sorry for the people today. You know, they can't buy an inexpensive condo. We had a little conversation one night on Joey's stream, and like, you know, jobs were readily available in the old days. You get hired anywhere.
He's talking
Properties were
politics.
so inexpensive. It's a different world, man. To buy a property these days, it's crazy.
I'm down for that, George. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, George is in the chat.
Neil, I saw your video about simping. Was
Yeah.
that yesterday?
Yeah.
You
What
guys
do you
see
think?
Neil's video about simping and Fragcom simping for
Yeah. And
for
people took it wrong, but I wasn't attacking any YouTubers specifically. I was kind of going after the simps because they trust a woman's opinion more. But you know, they're still getting free bottles or whatever, you know, and you know, John Castro put out a nice video. He says, yeah, but she's very interesting. Curly Fragrance is very interesting. She has a good personality. And you know, she has good editing and it's pretty funny. And you gotta respect that.
Is it trendy to use? Is simping a trending term now in Fragcom? When did it pick up? I feel like I've been saying that for a while.
When did Fragcom pick up?
Simping, yeah.
Oh, simping? No, I've been talking about that. I used to talk about beta cucks all the time. And then people used to criticize me, like, but I kind of, you know, I'm autistic, you know, and I saw.
Have you been properly diagnosed?
No. But
Yeah, Neil, I did. Can I just need to say
I
this?
know
I
it's a
did
joke.
say you
I
need
know
like.
it's a joke. I know it's a joke.
It's not just no. Please go and see a doctor, and just tell them. Just say, look, somebody's observed and said something. Would you mind having a bit like run a checklist over us or something?
No, but this is something I always thought, and why I chose to work with special ed kids. I worked with special ed kids for many years. It's not
Do you feel
funny.
that the kids taught you more special ed than you taught them?
No, they're more special ed. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me.
Neil.
Kids are a lot worse than me. I'm mild.
Neil.
Yeah.
Would you consider yourself alpha?
Alpha
Of
Ed.
course. Of course.
Alpha Ed.
No, all I was saying in that video is don't let a woman take advantage of you. You know, she may make you feel out of place, but you gotta like stand up for your rights. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Rich, Mitch, and me don't exactly match. But if Rich attacks me, I'm gonna go after Rich. You know, because I'm not into high-end niche perfumes. I'm saying we're
But why do you need to go after anybody? Why can't you just let it go?
Because that's what an alpha male does.
But is it being alpha male healthy?
Alphatistic.
Because you can't let people take advantage of you.
Alfalfa.
Alfalfa.
You can't let people take advantage of you.
What happens if you feel taken advantage of?
You have an attack.
You know, that's what I was saying in the video. A lot of women take advantage of guys, and they just push and try to go further and further and further. And then, I know so many guys in that position. They're like, oh, you know, she needs this, she needs that, and it just went further and further. Isn't there some kind of saying, you know, give them an inch, they take a foot? It just keeps going.
Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry.
I'll be in the chat
Sorry?
and off. I need to go. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I'll
good.
be on and off in the chat. Night, guys.
Come back and talk about mental health sometime.
Yeah. Bye.
Just sure.
You think she left because something you said?
Absolutely.
Did he say something that triggered her? What's that?
Blame it on you.
That'd be a good show, actually. You should get your own show.
It'd be a reality show.
Blame it on Neil.
Hey, I mean, whatever. You know, I like fragrances and that's it. And I might not fit in with everybody else's whatever, but I love fragrances. Well, you know, it's
what
it is, man. It is
what would you consider Joey, a simp or an alpha?
The pause.
You put me on a spot.
The pause.
He's probably an alpha. I mean,
if you and Joey were in the same room in Miami at a disco, and there was one girl there, who would go home with her?
Oh,
I'd say, Joey, it's yours because you really want it, and you've been a friend, and she's yours.
You would give up? You would simp to Joey?
No, I wouldn't simp. I would. It's a friendly gesture.
It's a simp.
No,
Yeah, I've
it's-
never actually heard of these words until I've seen them in Fragcom videos.
Yeah, there was one girl. Asian
Simping,
girl,
white knights,
Oh.
these justice warriors. Like, these are words that I've never heard in any of my outside relationships of YouTube.
You have to listen to Tim Pool more. Tim Pool is.
I don't even
the
know
man.
who that is.
He's a Canadian guy. He's awesome. He's got
Eugene
like
knows every Canadian.
a million subs. Tim Pool. A lot of the Canadians are cool. They got that other guy, Steven Crowder. I think he's Canadian as well. He's really big. He'll have a stream and he has like 100,000 people in the stream every time.
Has anybody seen Kevin Samuels' numbers recently?
I haven't.
I was on his
watching it.
channel. I was on his channel yesterday. He gets like 360,000 like views on a video.
Wow.
He's got like half a million subscribers, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like
Man, I remember when he had like 10,000.
you know why? Because there's a message. Sorry for all this noise, but Fragcom is getting the wrong message. They're like, you want to wear a mass appealing fragrance to please your mate, right? But is that alpha or is that beta? Or is that like you want to wear something mass appealing so everybody likes you? But he's sort of the opposite. He's like,
I think
You
he
know,
likes to
the
stir
buck
the
stops
pot,
here.
and he absolutely knows what he's doing. He might not necessarily believe it, but
because I think
it brings in the numbers. It's controversial, and he's provoking, and he's basically pitting men against women.
and that's fine because there's a lot of female channels that are very, very big, and they're like, hi kings and queens, whatever, don't go out with this guy, he's gotta make this amount of money. And so Kevin Samuel sort of flips it, like, what makes you think you're good enough to go out with the top 1% of men? Because there's a lot of women out there that are just gold diggers, and we wish it wasn't that way, but reality is different. Reality and political correctness are totally different.
Joey, what's up? You
I'm
excited about getting married?
Oh, thank you.
I'll put on mute because I have too much noise.
Thank you. Yeah, I am excited. It's been a long time coming. I think it's overdue, if anything. So now that it's actually finally it's going to be happening, I'm looking forward to it.
First time getting married?
First time getting married. Hopefully the only time getting married, right?
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations. If you don't know Joey, this is Joey from Joey Cannoli. I am Joey Cannoli. Go subscribe to his channel.
Yeah.
I think you probably hold the record for time spent live streaming in Fragcom.
I like to imagine. I'd like to imagine. I think I remember a 24-hour stream. That right there is
and it's quite the show. I mean,
that was a big unit.
You're a great entertainer. I think honestly, I feel like Fragrance YouTube is below you. You have a future ahead of you if it's something that you wish to chase and pursue.
Absolutely.
I certainly hope that you believe in yourself and do go forward. You're talented, you're funny, you're skilled, you can sing and play instruments, and
thank you. You
can carry a stream all alone.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think after streaming all this time, I would definitely love to pursue bigger and better things. I still love fragrances, absolutely, 100%. It's just been a very big part of my life since I was a kid. So I'll always have love for fragrances, and I'll always want to know what's going on. But as far as the watching the other reviewers, and I can still see myself shooting out videos here and there.
Yeah,
just for old time's sake. But
I often tell people when you review fragrances, there aren't many people better.
I appreciate
Like it's seriously like when you review fragrances, it's actually spot on. I sent a couple of videos to me mate the other day, and he was absolutely crazy
because it's real.
He thought it was the funniest shit he'd ever seen. The Aventus one, it was the Aventus video that you did about why it was overrated.
Yeah. It's funny
send
because
that to me, mate.
the algorithm actually.
That's weird because that popped up in my notifications as well.
Yeah,
it's weird how the algorithm does that.
Normally, when you get blacklisted on YouTube, they don't recommend your videos. A lot of times, when you go live, even if you have the bell, it won't notify them. It's a very strange thing. What's up with the Unabomber look, Joey? I just normally wear glasses. I mean, I can take them off. But I've just been in the game for such a long time, Eugene, and I don't think people realize how long I've been around and the changes that I've seen that have come over the years. 2011, and prior to that, I was watching since 2009. So I've just seen the beginnings. I still feel like it's in the beginnings with fragrance on YouTube. Eric must be the only one who doesn't know who Joey is. What did I miss?
Beginnings. I still feel like.
Oh, who's that?
My apologies. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Second tab.
There's Joey's channel. If somebody wants to go subscribe,
thank you, Eugene.
go hit him up.
I actually had Christo on last week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
Second time he's been on. It was a lot of fun. He was definitely entertained.
I was on once with him on your channel together.
That was the other time. That was the other time.
Yeah.
But I used to love our talks when I would come on here. You know, I feel like we really got into some entertaining talks. And I almost feel, and I'm going to simp right now, but I almost feel, I didn't want to take away from the conversation. I didn't want to, go off path because I was interested in what was being said. I actually stopped the stream I was doing because I seen you drop the link and I liked the conversation and I just wanted to put my 2 cents in and hear what everyone had to say. But
no, there was no real path we were on. We were just kind of rambling, and it's good to have you on.
I appreciate that.
I enjoy you. I feel a connection to you, Joey. I don't know what it is.
And I was going to say the same thing. I just feel like when I talk with you, it's natural and we can talk for hours as if we know each other. You ever talk to someone and you can just feel that awkwardness?
I'm getting goosebumps.
That's that's it. That's but I do. It's been a long time since I caught one of your streams, let alone been on it, and it's awesome to catch up with you. And the fact that Rich Mitch is here, I always do the stream so late, and there's such a big time difference. I miss him a lot. Miami Cuddles is here all the time. Neil is here all the time. It wouldn't be a fragrance stream if Neil wasn't on it. So,
yeah. Oh, awesome.
Eugene and Joey have almost the same type of beard.
I don't know. Like I look at Joey and I watch him and I see a lot of younger me. Even though he's more outspoken, but I connect with a lot of what he says and I find it amusing because I think the exact same way. Like Joey says a lot of what I think. He says it out loud. And I think because I have, 3 kids and I got to kind of hold back a little bit and not really embarrass myself.
Right. Yeah, honesty is the key. I always respect anyone. It doesn't even have to be fragrance reviewers. When you're being yourself and you're being authentic, there's nothing more attractive in a person. I just want to talk to you, not that you. I don't want you to feel like you have to be a certain type of way because you're around me. He likes to swear. He's a bit raunchy, so I'm gonna swear and be raunchy. I just want you to be yourself.
Yeah.
And you can feel the flow of the conversation and be able to hold the conversation for, from 10 minutes to an hour to 3 hours. Whenever I talk to you, it comes very easy. I don't have to think, what do I want to say to Eugene? It just comes out without even having to process what comes next.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's authentic. It just feels authentic and natural. I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. and I actually have my stream on right now, like on my channel.
I noticed, and you still have people watching. Like
people watching.
there's people there.
So,
like you have your hardcore, your diehards, right?
Right, the diehards, and they're here. If they're not on the stream, they're here right now. So
I'm sure
they're on the stream, like on the camera. What do you mean? I'm not a diehard. I'm at the front of the cannoli mafia, man. I'm on the front lines.
Is Joey is Neil your wingman?
Neil,
he's my wingman.
I'm his wingman. I'd like to imagine me and Neil, if we were in the movie Swingers, I would be Vince Vaughn.
Best movie of all time.
Swingers. There you go. Thank you, Audrey. I appreciate it. What is that guy doing on the left below? I don't know.
What were you doing, Neil?
He's autistic. Not much. Hey, you'll like this. It's like, because this was the first one I got, and then I got a better one. But this one's good. This one's good.
He's not even talking to us, Eugene. He's having his own conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, why am I listening to this?
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I was waiting for this fucking joke.
Right.
So I am. I just let it out, man. I'm not like, I don't have anything to prove to anybody. I'm 56 years old. Not in the best of health. I mean, I'm not in the worst of health, but I live my life, man. I have nothing to prove, and that's it. I got to do what I got to do, and I don't give a fuck. Oh shit, I messed up. I'm sorry, Eugene.
It's okay,
oh god damn.
Exactly, Terry. Exactly.
I slipped up. I'm very sorry.
Neil, when you slip up, do you feel bad, or do you feel like you have to?
But he's monetized, and they ask you if you want to monetize the video, like you have to click none of the above, or you have to click.
Neil, don't worry about it.
Okay, sorry. I messed up.
Neil, when you say things like that, do you ever feel like you say them because you're looking for attention or stimulation, or just to be noticed by your peers?
I never do any. I don't care what my peers think. I do things for stimulation sometimes. I never do anything to please my peers. Never.
Because sometimes you say a lot of things that the general public won't agree with, and regardless if you like that
and
or
that's
not,
it. That's exactly why I just say
it
whatever
for
the hell I
attention,
want.
because even negative attention is better than no attention.
Maybe deep down inside, I want attention. I guess everybody does, no?
Everybody wants to be noticed.
I think whenever we do a video or go live, that the purpose is we want an audience to watch us,
Well, if there was 0 viewers here, there wouldn't be a stream.
It wouldn't be a stream, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, but at the same time, the 4 of us could be backstage privately having our own conversation all together. But the fact that there's a chat listening to us and acknowledging what we're saying and giving input on the subjects that are being talked about, I think, it's stimulating, right? We all want to be stimulated. We want the validation, and we want.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not used to really being on a stream with 100 people. So, like, I'm used to being on a smaller stream, and I just say whatever, and I apologize.
But can you get that same stimulation from not being so aggressive or without?
Hold on, I've always
without
been
having
like
to
that.
offend people.
I've always been like that.
Hello?
I think he muted himself.
Excellent.
I think he tried to taper the sides of his head. Did anyone catch the size of his hair? It looks like he had a fight with the Clippers. What's going on here?
What do you think it is about him? There is something that he draws. He draws attention.
Yeah.
Is it just like we're waiting for the next thing that
that's really it
to offend people?
That's
nah, but that's me. I
not
don't
even the offend. Just go ahead, Neil. I'm sorry.
No, I muted him. Go on, Joey.
It's not even just the offending. He streamed his haircut earlier. That makes sense. I think it's the fact that you're waiting to see what's going to come next because it's unpredictable. Unfortunately, You know, you don't want to be known for being the enemy, and people only tune in to see you continue to mess up and make mistakes. I think Neil has a lot of great qualities about him that people will love, even if he doesn't have to put on a show. And I just hope that Neil stays true to himself and doesn't become a caricature, if that makes sense. Because I do believe Neil is his genuine self, but I also believe that a lot of times Neil plays to the audience. If he knows people are sensitive, he's going to exploit it, kind of deal. I think Neil's a funny guy. I find him fascinating. I'd go out to a bar. I would, have some drinks with him, but then it'd be like a group of friends, and I wouldn't invite Neil to come out to the bar.
Real friend, man. Look at.
Do you think, though, what he does, like the attention that he seeks, leads to his pain and suffering? Because in a sense, a lot of people like him, but you can see in the chat, a lot of people go after him.
He paints a target on his own back. Sorry, Neil, I'm not talking about you like you're not here, but I just think that, put it this way, Neil, you're the only one in control of what people think about you based off of your actions. And, if you continue to do things that startle people, you're going to live up to that. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Maybe I'm just rambling at this point.
Let's see what he has to say.
Okay, I am who I am, and I don't change for anybody. You see, what you see is what you get. I'm not putting on an act. It's who I am.
To an extent, though, but when there's an audience,
the only thing I put an act on is with the gay thing, because it sort of makes us more friendlier in a brotherly way, but it's not real gay. It's just like friendly gay, because there's two meanings for the word gay, and I mean it in a gay, happy way when I mean gay. And I'm canceled.
Neil's definitely not gay.
You said that
Definitely
3 times. Like 2 of those cancel each other out and make him gay, or how does that work?
You got us.
I'm just who I am, and I'm a little crazy. That's it. Dude, I've been this way my whole life.
So you think you're crazy? Is that something that you grew up with? People saying Neil is crazy. So now you do you believe that and feel you have to act crazy because that's your identity?
I think after a while you become what you are. I mean, I didn't really act. There's not an act. It's just who I am. There's no act to it.
Yeah, it's just the authentic Neil. It's not an act. It's your true self.
Like you a lot of the fragrance reviewers or whoever, like they're different people in real life. When I met Ashton, he was really quiet. He didn't say much. He smiled, but he was a totally different person on stream. Chad as well, So, but I am who I am. I'm always like this. When Chad came to my house, I was just the same way. When I was hanging out with Ashton, I was the same way. I'm the same way, but they were different. Chad was like, he's quiet, he's depressed, a little whatever. But the thing is,
how do you know he's depressed? He's
fucking depressed, dude. He walks around with his head down.
Are you diagnosing him?
He walks around with his head down. He looks sad a lot.
See, this is what I mean. Like, these are the thoughts that need to stay inside.
But you triggered me. You triggered me. But yeah, I'm sorry, Chad, for talking about you. Now he's going to text me, which he hasn't texted me in a year. And all of a sudden he's going to write me an instant message. Why are you talking about me on Eugene's stream? I'm like, dude, how you doing, man? I haven't talked to you in a year. It's weird how things work, right?
Neil, if the 4 of us got together and went somewhere,
I love Chad, though.
Where would we go and what would we do, Neil, if the 4 of us got together?
Dude, it doesn't matter. We go to Osme. We go to the mall. We could go fishing. We could go
bidet shopping.
Bidet, dude. There's so many options in life. I mean, go out to eat. I say, since you're getting married, you can't go. But I say, like, let's go to a strip club. Plenty of strip clubs in Miami.
Until you getting married, you can't go.
Actually, my friend goes with his wife to the strip club and they have a good time, and
There
she
you
gets lap dances as well. So,
Would you let us all try your CPAP machine? Kind of like the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants.
you're obsessed. You're obsessed with the CPAP machine.
What would you do if you caught one of us banging your
I
CPAP?
was talking with my wife Agnes
his
earlier today.
wife. His wife. What is he talking about?
Agnes Eve is my wife. Yes.
You can't say that, Neil. What are you
Because
doing?
she has
Alien
erratic
love.
sleeping behaviors like me, but that's part of being an alien.
June
But
12th, Josh.
it is what it is, man. I am who I am. I'm not a different person unless I'm like really tired or something. I'll be like a little tired, but when I have energy, shit, I'm the same person.
Joey, you ever stream in your underwear?
I'm in
I
the
do.
Are you?
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
all the time.
I'm wearing underwear.
I'm
Same
wearing
here.
boxer briefs. Let's all everyone take your pants off. Why not?
I'm in underwear. I don't have any pants on.
I love that. Yeah, I'm always in my underwear. I actually, I like to show off my legs. I'm a little bit of a leg whore. I had Josh Sense on my stream, and he was slapping his thighs in a very sexually suggestive way, and it made me uncomfortable. I didn't enjoy it. I felt a little uncomfortable, but yeah, there he is. He's right there.
Like sometimes I feel like sometimes I didn't mess up, but I think Joey kind of messed up because it was like him along with Christo and a girl, like a young girl, and I was just having fun or whatever, and then I left, and then it was like him alone with Christo, and Christo's like, yeah, I gotta go. But I want to see Christo more often on Joey's streams, man. Christo's a good guy, man.
Yeah, he's very quiet and he's to himself most often.
Yeah.
I felt like Christo opened up pretty well.
He's very professional.
He's very personal and private. He won't say too much, but if you can get him talking, it's probably a good day.
I've gotten myself in trouble and I've gotten myself out of trouble because I know how to do that. But that's my personality. I've gotten in trouble and gotten out of trouble my whole life, but
You're a pro now of how to get in trouble.
Yeah, but Christo, he's the kind of guy that's never getting into trouble. He's not going to go into the perfume store and start taking off the atomizers and shit. He's very vanilla. He's very safe.
Vanilla? Is that because he's white?
You're racist. No, but I'm just saying he's going to have an easy life because he's just like, I'm prone to do crazy things.
So you keep saying that. You believe you're crazy.
A troublemaker.
Nah, not crazy. Not crazy. Not even a troublemaker.
Rebel rouser.
Yeah.
So you associate with being like a troublemaker, doing crazy things, being different.
Yes, and people with my kind of disorder, I was talking with someone, they take antidepressants. But the thing is, or anti-anxiety, but man, I don't want to be a zombie, man. I love myself. I love who I am. You know what I'm saying? I know some people don't like it, but I love who I am. I love the crazy side of me. I get off on it. I love who I am. But if I were to take anti-anxiety or something, I would just be like zombified, and I'd probably get through society a lot easier. But I just want to be myself. I'm a fun guy.
And you can be. You just got to find yourself.
No, I have found myself. I am myself. I found myself a long time ago. I'm 56, and this is who I am.
Neil, do you ever feel like the things you say, you take?
No, I don't put on an act.
No, not that you put on an act. No, I was going to say, do you ever say things? Actually, you have, and you've apologized later on when you catch yourself slipping up and going too far with the things you say. Because even though you're being yourself, define yourself, right? So, do you consider yourself a crowd pleaser? Are you a good person? Do you feel like you're selfish? Do you feel like
I'm a good person?
You're a good person overall.
Yeah, everybody that knows me says I'm a good person.
So if you had to diagnose yourself,
but a lot of people say people don't understand you. when they,
Why do you think that is? Why do you think people have a hard time understanding you?
because I'm different. Do you think I copy anybody? Who's like me? I'm my own person. I don't copy anybody. I'm myself. Dude, I'm my own character. I'm an individual. I love being an individual. I love being Neil or Mr. Miami Cuddles or Cuds.
Neil,
I enjoy it all.
Neil, are you happy?
Yeah, I think so.
You happy being alone by yourself in your own thoughts?
Whew.
When all your distractions are put away, your YouTube is shut down, your video games, your bidet, you're done washing your ass, your cell phone's put away. At the end of the day, when you're alone in your own thoughts, how do you feel?
Damn, you're bringing me back to the 1980s and shit. Yeah, I go to the mall and pick up chicks with my friend.
No, that's not being
Mall
alone.
rats.
I mean, alone.
Alone?
Silently. Have you ever been alone, away from everything?
I'm alone all the time.
Are you really though?
But like in this kind of day and age, we're not alone. Like I'm alone right now, but am I really alone?
You're with 100 people on a YouTube stream.
I don't care about the 100 people. I'm hanging out with Rich. I'm hanging out with Rich. I'm hanging out with Eugene, and I'm hanging out with Joey. I forgot there were 100 people in here. I'll be honest.
That's not being alone, though.
I mean,
this is stimulating. So you don't know.
I think
you don't know what it means to be alone
to
when
be
you're
honest,
stimulated.
okay, the only thing I miss is like, I got overweight and this and that, and I'm 56, and I can't go out with like those hot 25-year-old girls with beautiful bodies, like every night a different one or whatever. I miss that. But I'm 56, so I'm in the position I'm in, and I do the best with the position I'm in and the circumstances I'm in.
I hope you find happy. I hope you're happy for your sake. I hope you're where you want to be.
I'm not sad. I'm not depressed. Like I just took a walk. It sort of got my head clear. Taking a walk is good for your mind, man. How could you be sad when you're taking a walk?
Yeah, walking is very healthy.
Oh,
get out in nature. Get out with.
Most of the time, I'm just kind of empty-headed and I don't have anything in my mind. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's actually a good thing when your mind is silent.
I don't worry about too much.
That's good. I'm happy. I'm happy that you're good, that you're happy.
Sancho has asked what I think of Xeno, and I think it's great. And if you can get a vintage version, it's even better.
I'll have to agree with you on that, but
it's a Lancaster.
That's a luck of the draw, though. That's a luck of the draw. Because I was talking with one of my buddies, Kellen, and he, sometimes with the vintage, it could be it's a hit or miss game, But also, I believe with the maceration thing that I talked about with you before, Mitch, I think as a fragrance macerates, it all sort of becomes the same thing. And I don't think Xeno really used like high quality patchouli back in the days. It was always a sort of a cheapie, man. Boucheron was never a cheapie, by the way. Now it's a cheapie, but Boucheron was
in
always
1987. In 1987, Antaeus was $20.
Yeah.
Like cheapie is relative.
No, I know because
now a good loaf of bread is $20.
Yeah,
dude, I bought blue Stratos in a like it was kind of weird, but it was like a little photo mat, but it was in Belgium, and they had colognes in there. That doesn't make any sense to in these days. But it was in Belgium, a little photo store, and they had colognes in there, and that's when I bought Blue Stratos. They had just tons of it, and they had tons of it in the grocery store. Like it was very popular in Europe back in those days.
What was your favorite cologne from the 80s when you were clubbing? Did you wear Kuros?
I liked that Sandalwood by GOF Trumpers. I don't even know the thing is, I don't know the names of them. I knew Spanish Leather because I always looked at the label and I liked that one a lot, and I liked the Sandalwood one. But I had like a lot of them, but I didn't know the names. I just like it was not a thing to know. Like Aqua de Gio, when that came out, that was, or XS. When I had XS, Paco Rabanne XS, that was cool because the bottle says XS in big letters right there. I didn't really know the names of the colognes. I had the Havana, but I didn't even know what I owned until I saw it on Fragrantica. I'm like, oh yeah, I had that blue bottle of Havana. It wasn't such a big deal. Like nobody talked about it. It was just kind of like spray and go. It's a lot bigger now. It's out in the open, but I didn't know what the hell I was wearing. I had a bunch of colognes and I didn't really think about it. But yeah, Aqua de Gio came out and shoot, I had like 4 bottles of that, man. I never wanted to run out of that one. That one you knew the name because it said Gio right there. But I think, yeah, who remembers the names of the colognes? I still don't even know half the names of the colognes I have.
Joey.
Yes, you.
Do you know anybody that talks more than Neil?
I've learned, Neil a lot of times will find like he tells me my streams are boring because whatever
I'm sophisticated or what?
Whatever I'm talking about has no appeal for him. So he complains, and I always say, if you want to tune out and come back later, you can. If you know it's like karaoke night and you're bored, you can come back Thursday, right? But when Neil goes, I listen to him for the first 5 minutes, and then about 10 minutes in, I start thinking about how I never understood how to play Minesweeper on Windows 98. And then I start thinking, does anyone know how to play Minesweeper? And why is this what comes into my head? And then I realize, now I understand what Neil feels when I do my stream. I feel the same way when he talks.
It's the attention span.
It's like I'm there for it, and I don't have ADHD by any means, or ADD, whatever you want to talk about it. But I definitely would diagnose myself when that happens.
Yeah. Your mind veers off.
Yeah, and it's like I hear him, but I'm not obtaining anything that he's saying. I just know he was talking about fragrances. But at the same time, Minesweeper. So
I wonder if he's still talking.
No.
I've muted Neil and put him backstage, and I've watched his mouth still moving, and that made me feel a little like, hold on a second, he's still going. And maybe in his head he feels that he can't stop until he gets it out, kind of a deal. But I've actually like added him back to the stream, and he would continue talking after like missing 20 seconds of dialogue. It's kind of like walking into a movie at like 30 minutes in, and you're like, I have no idea what's going on right now.
Yeah, you missed the first. Yeah.
I'm in my own world. I'm an alien.
Alien love.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you get it.
But 2 minutes in, I was there. 10 minutes in, I was lost.
Imagine Agnes and me talking to each other, because she does the same thing I do. And so, like, I have to listen to her go on her 20-minute rant, and then, like, then I go on my 20-minute rant. And...
Both of you don't listen to each other. You're just there. In the moment.
Yeah.
It's the Minesweeper.
It's the Minesweeper.
They take turns talking.
Right. Minesweeper effect. That's what we'll call it.
That's what it is, man.
And I don't. It's not me shitting on Puddles by any means. But if you were to honestly say, Joey, did you catch anything he said? I'd look at you in the eye and say no.
Right.
And that's just me being honest. So that's it.
But see, that's what fragrances do. Because I kind of have an empty head and I'm in my own world.
Empty head.
No, I like to say it the way I like to say it. You know, I have a clear head. I'm very clear-headed, and I go with the vibe of the fragrance, and that's why I could, get into the fragrance and tell you, nah, it gave me a bad vibe. It gave me a negative vibe. Like people talk about Club the New Intense Man or that other one, Aqua Amar. It gives me a bad vibe. It doesn't let me get in any kind of vibe. It just kind of bothers me. It's like I hate it. I think Eugene's the same way. And I'll shut up for now.
Oh.
I think Eugene gets into the vibe of the fragrance as well.
You think you know me?
Yeah, I think you're autistic as well.
Yeah.
All seriousness, you kind of play with the bottles. I watch. You're very what's the word? Like tactile. Like you're very like touchy.
So
Like
playing with a bottle makes one autistic?
Because you appreciate the bottle. It's like you're making love to the bottle. And what I do is I make love with the scent. It's like you connect with it. And I understand exactly. No, dude, it ain't even freaking funny.
Oh, Yellow Snowman's comment made me laugh.
No, because I understand Eugene. We get into the vibe of the fragrance. Like, and then you explain Coromandel and the vibes you were getting, and I'm like, I want to have that same vibe. But the vibe I get with Coromandel is, I swear, it just like I could just wear it to a wedding, and I'm dressed up.
I think Neil's brain stopped working. You see how it kind of cut off?
I had to put him on mute.
Oh yeah.
It's like fucking, the record player that keeps going and going and going, and
I want Neil to diagnose the three of us, and I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Explain Coromandel in less than 30 minutes.
He didn't stop talking the whole
You
fucking.
thought I was lying to you. You thought I was trying to be funny, didn't you, Eugene? You thought I was a jokester.
30 seconds.
He's still going.
He's got a problem.
Neil.
No one ever listens. I feel like people don't listen to me, Eugene.
Can I
you
explain
finish?
Coromandel in less than 30 seconds?
Go.
You're at a wedding, you're dressed up, and a beautiful girl comes up to you. She dances with you, slow dance, and she falls in love with you because that's the vibe Coromandel gives off.
Neil. Define love for me.
I think there's a certain sexual aspect to it, and I think it is a lot deeper, but I think there's a sexual aspect to it.
Does it have to be sexual?
You have to. You don't have to prove anything to your partner. It's sort of like she thinks of you and you think of her.
What about a love for your
mutual
mother or children or dog?
It has to be a mutual feeling. Joey's gonna start playing with his soundboard. But here's the deal. Let me explain Joey. Can I explain Joey in less than 30 seconds?
No, you get a minute for me.
Take all the time you want, Neil.
5 minutes.
Joey
5 minutes.
Joey has a lot of talent, but he needs to start a new channel and get out of the fragrance community and just start a whole new thing and just make it a career. And I think he could be
Right.
This is like the cannoli stream all of a sudden.
I agree.
Joey showing it is. I think okay, let me tell you something. I think the people in your stream, Eugene, are a little uptight sometimes.
I disagree, but okay. We just like different things.
I
You
know.
think they're uptight because they don't like everything you like.
Yeah.
Why do you think they're uptight?
I think they have stressful lives. Maybe they're working too much. Maybe, and you know, I don't have like I work my whole life, and maybe I have a stress-free life now, and I could hear the stress in their voice. But they do appreciate
your life sounds more stressful to me than my life.
But they appreciate the scent of a good cologne, you know, and that's why I listen to them, because they imagine and they get really deep with it.
Well, they're passionate about it and they love talking about perfume.
Yes, exactly.
The same way you love talking about politics.
Yeah.
Does politics stress you out? Are you uptight about politics?
Can you highlight Jonathan's comment?
Jonathan said something mean. I don't even know what he said.
I think Jonathan's your biggest fan.
Yeah, Jonathan's my biggest fan. Let me see what he said. I've never seen anyone fart out of their mouth. So
Neil.
Yeah.
What defines Neil?
I hate deepness. I'm not a deep person, man.
You're very deep. You've answered every question I've asked you. Is there any one thing that you're attached to more than anything else?
I love my apartment. I love my little space here.
Agnes.
I love my friends. I love my life. Kind of like, you know, the fragrance community. I'm going to be honest right now, and I'm going to say it straightforward. George Zaharoff brought all of us together. And he really made this a community, because before George Zaharoff, it was a fractured community in my mind.
Okay, hang on, Neil. I asked you what defines you, and everything you've mentioned was external. Your apartment, your friends, George Zaharoff. Are those the things that define you? Like you, who is Neil Cuddles?
That's a deep question. I'm just like,
dude, you're 56 years old. I'm asking you, who are you?
Okay.
Who is Neil?
I'm 56 years old. I don't wake up with any pain. I'm thankful for that. And I'm pretty much thankful for a lot of things. And I talk to my mom, and she's in good health, and I'm thankful. More than anything, I'm just a thankful person, and I'm an appreciative person. And every day I appreciate my life and the way everything is going for me. I mean, there's not much to say. I'm just a very appreciative person. I appreciate every cologne I have. I'm a very appreciative person.
You sound like you're full of gratitude.
Yes, definitely.
Eugene.
Richard.
Who are you?
I'm the duck. I'm your reflection.
Who the fuck am I?
You're my reflection.
Oh, shit. I need to change my underwear.
The only thing I would change about Joey is I would iron his wallpaper.
Why would you change something about Joey?
I would iron his wallpaper. I want to iron his wallpaper. I want to iron his wallpaper.
Hold on, Eugene. Can you mute everyone? I can't hear him.
I want to iron your wallpaper. Can I iron your wallpaper?
Yeah, for $10.
Okay, that's worth it.
Thank you.
I want to know who Joey Cannoli is behind the glass.
There you go, the man behind the man.
Behind the Cannoli Mafia. Behind I Am Joey Cannoli. I want to get into the mind of Joey. This is deep, and I have a feeling we're going to get the answer, a real answer. Who is Joey Cannoli? put away the jokes, the sarcasm, the humor, the music. What stirs within Joey?
Joey's very nostalgic. Joey doesn't want to be forgotten. Joey wants to leave behind a legacy, memories. Joey wants to be alive long after he's no longer on this earth. I want people to think back when I'm gone and be like, you know what? Joey was a stand-up guy. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good man. Joey's conflicted. Joey's got a lot of things that goes on in his head. Good things, bad things, normal things, everyday things. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm nobody. I'm a boxcar and a jug of wine. I'm a place to hang your boots at night. I'm a steezy motel with a vacancy sign on here. You know, I think I'm just floating around on this rock, trying to figure out the whole point of everything. If you were to ask me, am I happy? I could only give you an answer at this exact moment. I can't tell you if I'm going to be happy tomorrow, but right now I'm content.
Isn't that the reason we're here, though, is just to be content?
Exactly.
Like, you can't find eternal happiness.
No.
Or can you? Is there such a thing as eternal happiness?
I don't think we're supposed to have eternal happiness. I think we need to find balance in our life. Life needs to be good and it needs to be bad. There needs to be days of happiness and there needs to be days of sadness. But at one point, you got to stop. You got to look around and you got to think to yourself, do I have more bad days than I do good? And if that is the case, what am I doing in my life? What can I do to fix that? What is happening? Did I lose touch with who I am? Go ahead.
When Joey's having a bad day, what motivates him to get out of bed?
To wake up the next day and to feel better than the day I did before.
Do you feel like you found your purpose?
I think I have a purpose. I think I definitely have a purpose. I don't find myself conflicting with my purpose. I don't find myself constantly changing what I want to do, what I enjoy. I know what I enjoy. I know what I like. I know what makes me happy. At the same time, though, if you were to ask me 5 years from now, it may be different. The Joey I am today may not be the Joey I am 5 years from now, which is normal, right? We're constantly evolving and growing and learning. But at this moment, I have dreams. I have goals. I have happiness. I have sadness. I have fear. But right now is all I have. All I can honestly say right here, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Miami Cuddles. I'm talking to Rich Mitch. And I'm still thinking about Minesweeper. But at the same time, I don't know. Can somebody play the background sounds again? Sorry.
Hey, Meow Meow Mix is in the chat.
Hello, Meow Mix.
Can I read what? Oh, keep going.
Go ahead, Neil. I think if you were to ask 10 people who Joey was, you'd get 10 different answers.
So do we know the real Joey?
I think you know parts of me, yes. I think the whole YouTube Cannoli Mafia live streaming, you know that Joey. But there's so much more to me than that. But also there's things that we need to keep to ourselves. There's parts of us that aren't meant to be publicly advertised, you know, parts that we have to hold dear, you know, that only we know. Everyone I've ever met and came across in my life, you know, we all have different perception. The way I look at myself isn't the way you view me. It's not the way Neil view, you know, it's all different shit. It's all different at the end of the day. But I would hope that 9 out of 10 people would say good things. And I'm not perfect. I fuck up. I get it. But I try to be decent. I try to treat people the way I want to be treated. I try to make people feel good. I think I was put here to make people feel good, you know, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I also make myself feel good when I know other people are content. And I think that was my purpose, to make a difference in other people's lives. And when I see the reaction from that, it helps me with my own, if that makes sense. Because we all have bad days. But like you said, those days where you don't want to get out of bed in the morning, what do? You just try harder. You try a little bit more. You find motivation in the dark times.
Do you think it's okay to be easy on yourself and stay in bed? Is there anything wrong with that?
I think we all
gentle.
deserve a day in bed. Absolutely. It's when those days turn to weeks and the weeks turn to months, and then you realize that it's a problem. That can be an addiction right there.
Yeah, man, comfortable with that.
Yeah, well, we get comfortable in our bubble, the safety net of life, right?
We want to stay away from whatever makes us uncomfortable.
Exactly. We're so afraid to jump out of our comfort zone. It's easier said than done, though, right? We can talk about what we need to do, but are we going to do it at the end of the day? And that's only a question that we can answer within ourselves. You know, it's fascinating shit at the end of the day. Being content is the enemy. I think in specific situations, absolutely. But we change too much to ever say we're content.
I think we need to drive ourselves to get into the uncomfortable just a little bit.
Absolutely.
To get comfortable in that feeling.
Yeah.
And that's how we grow. Do you feel like you fit in?
Not here.
Not here on my YouTube channel, or not here on YouTube, not
your YouTube channel, but not here in the universe of Fraycom, not at all. I know that there's an audience for me. I know that I can be appreciated. I can be recognized. I know that it's fun because it's like I love fragrances. I've been a part of Fraycom since the beginning. So it's something that I carry with me always. I have nostalgia. I have love. You know, I grew up. I was 18. I'm 28 now. It's been 10 years. That's a lot. But at the same time, I feel like I'm entertaining the wrong audience. But the people that are part of the Cannoli Mafia, the people that show up every night, are the ones you got to carry with you forever, no matter what road you decide to walk down. Those are people that are in your corner. They want to see you win. I think we need to keep people around that care about Eugene when he's not talking about fragrance. Those are the people that you want in your corner. The people that are going to be there for you when shit gets uncomfortable. And that's what happens.
I think most people feel like they don't fit in. And I understand what you mean, because sometimes I don't feel like I fit in.
Right.
But I wish you could see yourself the way I see you, and you definitely fit in, and you definitely have your place, and you're unique in what you do. You're entertaining, you're funny, you know, you love fragrances, you mix everything up.
Absolutely. I try to be my most authentic self, and while still being considerate of other people. And like I said, I'm not perfect. I find myself frustrated with other people because you always want the best. You always hope for the best. But that's never the case, right? And it's complicated.
No, nobody's perfect, but I think at the end of the day, if you realize what you fucked up on and you can fix it, you know, it's a start. It's a starting point. And if you can leave, yeah, I've definitely realized a lot of the things that I've done in my life haven't been, you know, the most honest or authentic thing. And I've learned from it. And now every time I leave somebody, I try to make them feel better than when I got there.
Exactly. And that's what it's all about.
And whoever I talk and speak to personally, I try to learn something from that brief moment or that encounter. And I try and see, you know, if there's a trigger, I try not to get upset, but I try to learn from that and say, what can I learn from this trigger? Where is this coming from? How can I improve from that? And can I sit in that uncomfortableness to feel better?
Absolutely. I'm just reading the chat. Eugene and Joey, how do you deal with pain? Comedy. It's been that way my entire life. Comedy is one of the greatest gifts on earth. A good laugh. Even if it's only for a few moments, those moments are perfect. That's why I said it's like eternal happiness I don't think exists. However, you definitely want to laugh more. You should always thrive to make other people laugh. Even if you know, my whole goal is, like you said, if I walk into a room and I see there's a few people that are a bit down, my goal is to leave that room and see them happy.
Yeah.
Little strides, little things like that.
You definitely get something out of it, don't you?
I do. And it's something that is rewarding because it's authentic and it's genuine. And exactly, George, life is happy little moments, right? It's happy little moments. It's not an entire decade of, you know what I mean? It's not, every day isn't going to be a great day. Every day is not going to be great. That's normal. Cuddles is content, so he left.
Cuddles is in jail. He's still here, but I didn't want him disrupting Joey. I want to hear what Joey has to say, because I think Joey's well-spoken and he knows who he is. And I want to learn about Joey.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, I know I can look in the mirror and say I'm doing the right thing, right?
Do you think most people know who they are?
Nah,
They
probably
have no clue.
No, I think we have an idea of who we want to be and we thrive to pursue that. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's okay to stay in bed some days, right? Some days you look in the mirror and you don't like who you're looking at, and you're like, shit, what what's going on? What do I have to fix? And then you work on that thing and you fix it, and then things are okay for a bit, and then you wake up again.
And there's another thing.
There's another thing that you find, and it's like, are we ever content?
But that's the process of life. The world is ever changing. Nothing ever stands still, and you're always going to have to encounter these little problems. And it's when you avoid these problems where you get into a situation like an addiction.
Right.
You know, you're not looking for a solution. You're looking for a distraction.
Jonathan said it's rewarding treating someone else right because we are all one. So you're treating yourself right. It makes you feel good. It does. Knowing that you made someone else feel better makes you feel better on your worst days. And I think that's the beauty in comedy and making others laugh is, we all have bad days. There's going to be days where those little jokes help us wake up the next morning. And that's what you have to remember, Reward and punishment is what motivates us humans.
Do you think it's okay for a man to cry?
Absolutely. Temptation said it best. I wish it would rain. Are you familiar with that song?
No. Remind us.
Oh. I don't want to hit you with the copyright, right? You can't even sing happy birthday or they go hard in the
It's all right.
You don't care. One of the lines is a man ain't supposed to cry, but crying eases the pain.
Yeah.
Pain I feel
absolutely.
inside. I wish it would rain, right?
Have you ever cried and felt worse? Crying, I think that crying helps soothe, and you always feel better after a cry.
Yeah. I think when your body is when you cry, your body's letting you know you have something in you that you need to get out. Because you can try. Have you ever tried to not cry?
No, I don't think you can avoid it, but I think most men do distract themselves from crying because it makes them feel less than
inferior. That's a stigma that men unfortunately have to deal with. But even women, it's like you have to be strong or the world's gonna swallow you whole. But we all get vulnerable. It's normal to get vulnerable. You know what I mean?
I think it's more socially acceptable for women to cry.
It is.
They have stronger support groups.
Eugene, drop the link for Tara.
I will. I've seen her comment, but if she's gonna get on, she might get interrogated.
No, she won't get interrogated.
I mean, she'll be asked some questions.
I think the last time I had a proper cry was probably with Julisa's mother.
Yeah, she was sick, right?
Yeah, with her diagnosis, because I knew what Julissa was going to end up going through because I went through it myself, and I knew down the line it's going to get hard, it's going to get bad. And my goal is to be there for her, to be strong, and that at the end of the day, be her support system where she can continue to live and have good days. And I had a good fucking cry, and I was scared. I was like, God damn, like I didn't want to do this again, but it's gonna happen. It's a part of life. But I never anticipated it happening so soon, if that makes sense. So that was, I would say probably earlier this year is the last time I had a good cry. But I never do it in front of. I do it. I seen my father cry once, and I knew my father cried, but he never wanted to show that vulnerability as a man.
What did I drop in the comments? Oh, I dropped I think Joey's link. Sorry.
Don't apologize.
I wanted to invite her to the Joey stream yard. Then she'd be in real trouble.
Exactly. I don't think I've had her on video, like on stream, but I've definitely been on a stream with her. It was a lot of fun. Send a link to his OnlyFans. What about you, Eugene? Do you find that you cry a lot? Do you cry?
Well, I grew up in my teens and adulthood avoiding all that because that's how I was taught, by my Eastern European father. I've never seen him cry. So no, I grew up and I went through life not knowing who I was, not feeling my feelings, being totally like immune to everything. I'd make it more of a point to make other people cry than me cry myself. Yeah, but lately I'm feeling a lot of things that are coming to the bubble, the surface. They're coming to the surface for me.
Right.
And
in a natural way, right?
Yeah, and it feels good. It feels good to be alive. And
every day's a gift, man.
Absolutely.
Every day's a gift. Even on the worst days, it's still a gift.
Absolutely. I can agree with that.
I think with me right now at this moment, I'm so happy, looking forward to our wedding and to finally be able to celebrate and to see her mother after because of COVID. We haven't seen her parents since 2019. Her family's all in New York. And
right.
The fact that we're going to see them on such a joyous, beautiful, special occasion, and her mother is going to be there, and her family and her grandmother, and she's going to see one of her nieces that she hasn't even had the privilege to meet. It's going to be a lot of emotion.
It will be emotional, yes.
But if you were to say, Joey, are you happy? How are you doing? There's a side of me that's so happy, and there's also a side of me that's so scared and afraid that that's going to be one of the last times we're going to see her mother. And
right.
That's how my brain works. That's where my head goes. We're going to be leaving, and it's going to be a beautiful, joyous occasion, but the next time we're probably going to be there isn't going to be the case.
And it's a celebration of life, though. It doesn't have to be sad.
Exactly.
People, you connect the emotion to the event. Yeah. I'm going to invite Tara on.
Absolutely.
I'll let you ask her some questions. Hi, Tara. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm very good. It's good to have you here.
Yeah.
Guys, everybody, I'm sure everybody in the chat knows you. Olfactophile Tara.
I'm so used to seeing her with maybe all dressed up with a wig on. Yeah. Every time I was with her, she had an outfit. This is very, very strange for me. This is Tara.
Sounds like some kind of a sweaty.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You look good.
But
Rich,
yes.
You still with us, Rich?
Yes, I'm still here.
All right, say something. Let us know you're alive. I'm going to let you take over for a bit, and I'll be back in a moment.
What? Right.
You're in good hands, Eugene.
What?
I'll be back in a moment. You take over.
Shit. Right. Hello.
All right, you're in charge.
Talk. Say something quick. How are you doing?
Good, you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Excellent. There. He's gone.
Yikes.
So,
all
Joey.
Right. This should be fun. Tara, how are you doing?
I'm well. Yourself?
Today's a good day. Now, you said you were working out. Yes, you were on the bike.
Yeah, I was just on the bike while I was watching and chatting.
What do you think about when you're on your bike?
Well, today I was thinking about this live stream because I was watching it.
Because you were watching.
I do more thinking when I take walks with the dogs than I do when I work out. Because I work out, I usually watch YouTube or listen to music. But
so you take the environment in when you're walking in
the
wilderness.
I also have multiple dogs and they're big, so I couldn't look at my phone if I wanted to.
Right,
I have to hold it. So
Okay, so when you're going for those walks, right, and you're taking in, nature and everything it has, what are the thoughts that come to mind?
I mostly think about like things that I need to do or ideas for. Could be YouTube, but like oftentimes I'm a teacher, so like for my classes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Creative things to do with kids. Like, well, they're not. I mean, teenagers, but
Right. So
Yeah.
when you're walking, you're actually planning. You're being productive. You're not thinking about anything from yesterday or from your mind's in a good place. It sounds
sometimes I do, but I try not to do that. I try not to ruminate on things that you can't change. I try to just like, because that's not going to help anybody.
Why do we all do that? Why do we find ourselves going back to those times?
I don't know. I mean, I think we're all critical of ourselves, right? Probably more than anybody else is, because you're certainly more critical of yourself than I think anybody in the chat would be. You said like you don't feel like you fit in, but we all really enjoy you and your company, and think that you're like a great part of this community. So I think it's part of it. We're just like all hard on ourselves.
Yeah, we're our biggest critics, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's it. But I try not to do that too much because I know it's not very productive.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you guys, when you're in thought, are you in the past or in the future?
For me, mostly in the future.
Both.
Both? You thinking of, you ruminating memories or?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What about you, Duck?
I'm pretty much all over the place. I spend a lot of time like, because I'm not well. So I'm like lying in bed like a lot of the time. I'm always in a lot of pain. I'm almost under like the influence of a lot of medication, and it's like it's pharmaceutical medication, so it's like the good stuff. So I can thinking's quite an effort. Thinking at the minute, like my sort of like mind state and body state's all like dominated by like pain. So I find myself trying not to dwell on anything. I try not to think. It's also put a lot about life in perspective. You should value your health. It's not like health and the health of other people that you like I didn't always have a very good relationship with my mother. And I don't speak to my dad. I haven't spoken to my dad for like 20 years. And I don't speak to my sister either. And I've got like my mom's like me central, like me, like the major other person in my life, and has been my entire life. And as you get older, you sort of start to appreciate that. So I think about stuff I've done before and like stuff I've done in my life. And then, but I also think about like the near future, and like I can't make too many plans for like long-term future. So what it does is it's sort of like, for the first time in my life, I found myself like living in the present. So at the minute I'm living not so much in the past, not so much in the future, but like within like a short space of time, either side of the present, including the present as well. And it's quite interesting when you've never done that before to start doing that. And it's sort of like it makes you have like an outlook on life. I read loads. I read these things about what like 100. They did a survey of 100-year-old people, and they asked them like what regrets they had about their life, what they'd wish they'd done more, what things that they were glad they had done. And loads of the stuff was like the answers were so varied, it was madness. Loads of them said that they wished they'd saved more money up for some reason, and like they hadn't. I think that's an age thing though, because old people like to save their money anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't take it with you when you're gone.
Exactly. I thought that as well. I thought like, well, maybe they just maybe they wish they had more money now, or well, one of the reasons they wanted to save money was because they wanted to give it to their grandkids and their kids. They wanted to make life easier for their family. It wasn't necessarily for them. One of the other things they said they wished they'd done is spent more time with their family and then traveled more. saw more of the world and and done more exploring. And I thought that was quite interesting. From what I could gather, like the regrets and like the wishes and like the things they had for the future. And a lot of them said they really wanted to get to 100. Like when they got like into their mid-90s, what they said was like the big thing for them was to get to like 100. It gave them like a goal. I think it's really important for, like, I didn't used to think this, but I do now. I think it's really important for people to have goals, to have like things to accomplish, and for them not to be stupid goals. Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't want to be like the first duck on the moon. I don't want to do silly things. I want to do things that are like achievable. Yeah. And then actually achieve them and then move on from there. Yeah. You know?
I think something that's always resonated and meant a lot to me was I want to document as much of my life as possible so that when I'm gone, my kids can show their kids and they can look back and they can see it, because I wish I could have seen my grandfather or my great-grandfather and seen what life was like, what their days looked like. And I don't mean like, here's a picture at a wedding. I want to see them on a random Wednesday night afternoon. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just fascinated. I'm fascinated. Like, what was their life like, you know?
And you're doing that with YouTube, aren't you?
Exactly. And there's so much I have aside from YouTube that is on, you know, hard drives and SD cards and just all this. I've had a camera with me since I was probably, I don't know, like 14 years old. And I'm just fascinated. I have so many videos that people don't even realize exist. And then I show them 10 years later, and you should see the look on their face. You should see the smile that they have. You should see how, like, the first thing we want to do is cry, I realized. I've probably showed a few dozen people videos of themselves from 10 years ago. And for some reason, the nostalgia, the emotions is so high that they always tear up. I mean, I've even had men tear up. And
do you think it's that, or do you think they get teared up because it shows them how much you cared about them to save that and show it to them?
That's a possibility.
Because that I would think is more touching. Because I like if I look at videos of me from 10 years ago, I'm like, ew, cringe.
Yeah, my first few YouTube videos, I hear the way I talk, which isn't far different from the way I talk now, but it was some of the things I said, I was like, oh shit. You're an 18-year-old kid. You don't care. You know, we were all that age once. We all said things that we don't, you know, that we'd never say now. But just to look at yourself, yeah, I understand the cringe aspect, you know. I look at myself 10 years ago and I'm like, oh. It's like, all right. 10 years has been lots happened in my life in 10 years though.
What about you two guys, looking back on your lives? What would you like to have, if you could change anything or have done something differently, what it would have been?
I wouldn't have changed anything.
You wouldn't have traveled more or worked less?
So, like, would I like to travel more? Yes, but I did not come from like an economic background to have afforded that kind of thing when I was younger. And when I'm old enough to like be able to afford it myself, I have. And I've just had like a really varied lifestyle. Like, played volleyball in college first. Then I went to culinary school. I worked as a event planner. I was a bartender at a blues club for 5 years, where it's like, you know, lots of like really famous people came in. So that was a lot of fun. And I went to grad school. I did research for a bit. And then I found out I love teaching. So I became a teacher. And so I've just had like a lot of varied experiences and met lots of different people from all different parts of the world. And I love it. I think that's great. Sometimes I like wish I could have some of those fun times back, like when I was young and bartending stuff. Yeah. But also like, I still enjoy what I do now, and what I do now is much more practical long term. But yeah, I wouldn't change anything.
What about you, Joy?
It's such a cliche.
Well, life's a cliche, isn't it?
Life is a cliche. Yeah. I always think of my father, you know, and I go, I wish I would have taken advantage of those precious moments, but you can't think that way. And I'm well aware. Like, it's not something I suffer with, but it's something that if you were to say, if I gave you the opportunity, what would you do? I would treat every day like it was the last day. Every single day. I would do things, just the most pointless things would mean the most, if that makes sense. You know, even just like sitting at a table having breakfast, you know, or sitting in the backyard on a beautiful day and not even say anything, just to share the company. That's probably what I would do. Yeah, I think we should treat every day as if it was our last day, and I feel that we'd have a better mindset, and I don't think we would be as fucked up as we are. Yeah, that's what I think.
Do you think we'd spend as much time with perfume?
No, the perfume would become silly. But you know, it's funny. The reason I love fragrances is the memories that it takes me back to. So a lot of my collection I've been wearing since I was in high school, and it's those bittersweet memories that when you spray it and you smell it, it takes you back to a time and a place, and that's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. So, yeah.
What about you, Eugene?
I don't know. Like, yeah, I love traveling. Do I wish I could have traveled more? Yeah, but I feel like right now I'm in a good place, and you know, I got here from all the things that I've been through. So would I change anything? No. I appreciate everything I've been through, good or bad. You know, and now for the first time in my life, I'm actually living alone. Like, I'm alone and getting to spend time with me, you know, and discovering who I really am underneath, like, all the layers and the beliefs, and just sitting with myself. So it's an experience. It's something I've never experienced before, you know, just connecting with myself through the universe and nature. You know, I'm obsessed with the sky and the clouds and the birds and the trees and the rivers and the animals and just being present in the moment, you know, separate from thoughts and beliefs and ideas of the future, memories of the past. Just being here right now, enjoying today, this moment.
Right.
Like right here with you guys. This is the only moment that really matters. I can't go back yesterday. Yesterday only exists in my memory. So really, is yesterday just imagination? Is it you know, what is yesterday?
I always tell myself, what do you want to remember about yesterday? Like, you know, like if you had to think back to, you know, how was your day yesterday, Eugene? How did it go?
Yesterday was great, but today's the best day of my life.
Hey, live in the now, right?
You know, what is yesterday?
Tara, what is yesterday?
Yesterday was Wednesday.
Exactly. Good answer. The literal answer is always the best, right? The literal answer is always the most honest. Like,
but every day can be Wednesday. We're made to believe it's Wednesday. We're told it's Wednesday.
Right.
My scent of the day was Parfum Aroma Soriso. Some people have asked.
Oh, a Parfum Aroma. I just bought a Parfum Aroma.
Which one did you get?
I got Arso. Up the Arso. Fucking fantastic. I was just going to say what Eugene was saying before about living in the moment. It's, if you think about it, it's really strange that every moment you've ever had has led up to this moment now.
Yeah.
Like, it's really strange how, like, the four of us and everybody in the chat, like, everything you've ever done has led to this moment right now.
That's right. And it's the only moment that the breath you're taking right now is all that matters. Anything that, you know, I believe that a lot of our troubles are self-created.
I think most of it.
We're addicted to the idea of who we are, the belief of who we are, you know, of our pain and suffering. I believe a lot of it is imaginary, just like yesterday is imaginary.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we also, like, not only do we create our own problems, but we also spend a lot of time thinking, sorry about the dogs, thinking about problems that we can't do anything about, that are like systemic problems.
Why do we?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Stressing out on the things that we have no control over.
Probably because we don't have control over them, and we like to be able to control things.
Right. Nobody likes to feel like they're not behind the wheel.
Yeah.
What's up, Jad?
What's up, man?
What's going on, Jad?
Jad.
Everything's fine, man. Life is good. Chilling.
Got red bottoms on?
I'm a little bit underdressed.
Okay.
Just keeping it safe for the ladies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Shout out to Tara. Right? We're just a bunch of savages. It's for the ladies, you know.
I mean, I don't want to lie, man.
Jeremy, I don't have a Mastiff. I have 2 Great Pyrenees and a Labrador, but the Great Pyrenees are about as big as Mastiffs. So.
I would love a Shiba Inu.
Yeah, I like those. My friend has one.
I love one of those. There's like a massive cult on YouTube. If you put Shiba Inu in, there are like channels with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, like hundreds of thousands of subscribers and millions of subscribers dedicated to Shiba Inus.
I bet that's true for all breeds, though.
It could be. I've never checked other ones though, because I'm obsessed with them.
Have you guys ever typed in how many days you've been on this earth? Have you guys ever done that and like stared at the number and it's been this many sunrises and this many sunsets, and then you reflect? Have you guys ever done that?
No, I haven't.
I've been alive for 10,460 days.
Doesn't sound like a whole lot, though.
It doesn't.
10,000 days. Yeah, 10,000 sunsets. But you know what? No matter how rich you are, the sun sets the same for all of us, and it lifts the same for all of us.
Classic.
No matter what
Not if you live in Antarctica.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
That's a choice.
But yeah,
cool.
I sit there and I think I'm like 10,000. How many of those days were good days? Right?
Probably not all of them.
Probably not all of them. But how many do we remember, right? And how many more are we going to have? Deep thoughts, huh? It's fascinating. You guys should totally look it up, though. I'm curious to know how many days.
I'm at 12,500. 12,500.
Yeah, I have. I've searched it, but I don't remember the number.
Right.
And then I kept watching because it was one of those where it shows the second counter.
Oh God, yeah.
And then I was watching the seconds go by, flipping, and I almost got something close to an anxiety attack. Like, oh shit, time is running out. What should I do?
Mm-hmm.
Then I clicked off, and everything was fine. But at that moment, an alarm went in my head.
Yeah, man. People always say that, if you could, go back and change something. A lot of people say, well, I wouldn't change because then I wouldn't be the person I am today. And I understand that completely. However, if you guys could talk to your younger self from, let's say, 10 years ago, right?
That young 10 years ago, though.
What would you say to them?
What would you say to them? Or would you not want to say anything? I feel like most people would say something. They wouldn't just let it be.
I would teach my younger self how to love himself.
Mm-hmm.
And tell him that everything is okay and you don't need to be angry.
I think that's true. I don't know. I found like in the last, 5-7 years, it's been much more like I've just been much more accepting of myself, and I just quit caring. I mean, like, I obviously want to be like nice to people and kind to everyone, but I don't care what people think about me. So if somebody doesn't like me, I'm like, that's fine. Like, no, not everybody's gonna like me.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've come to that. I've come to that as well.
Yeah.
I've stopped caring what other people like think and taking it so seriously.
I always heard the what is it? I'm trying to think you're not everyone's cup of tea. That's the classic one I've always heard.
But what do you think it is about the other person? What does it say about them when they don't like you? Do you think that they're dealing with something internally?
They're a terrible judge of character.
Is it more about, let's say, not necessarily you, but a random person in general?
I don't necessarily think it means there's anything wrong with them, because we all just have different types of people that we like to be around. Like when I was young, my dad and I could not get along because we're identical. Like our personalities are the same.
Yeah.
We get along okay as adults, but we just rubbed each other the wrong way when I was a kid. So anybody who was like me, I didn't get along with as well when I was younger.
Did you ever find yourself disappointed when you would find out someone didn't like you, but you were always nice to them? And then you never gave them a reason not to like you. It's not as if you were talking shit or you had a weird interaction, but for some reason they just didn't like you.
Yeah, it's personal. It's ego. It's
right.
An attack on the ego.
It's a personal problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was saying earlier, everyone thinks the world revolves around them.
Yeah. The validation, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to feel like they're important. Everyone wants to feel like their opinion matters, that their voice is going to be heard. And when the person next to them says the same thing, they turn away because they don't want to hear it. It's funny how that works. Yeah.
Joey, how many days old did you say you were, Joey?
10,460.
I am so much older than you.
That's okay. More wisdom, more experience. Don't worry about it.
I'm older than Rich too.
I'm 12,500.
I'm 13,625 days old.
What is this called? Where do you calculate this?
There's probably 100 different websites, but you can just type in
just put it into Google.
I've been alive.
I just searched how many days old am I, and then there was a thing you could put your birthday in.
There's a counter that shows you by years, months, days, weeks, days, and hours, and then seconds.
I would think for me it would have been so much more. And then when I hear 10,460, I go, that's not a lot. You know what I mean? But yet it feels like so much more. But then I realize there's 365 days a year, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going, well.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Eugene, let it out. That's never a good expression. Oh my God.
16,900.
Wow.
Eugene is just well seasoned.
Right. I am the grandpa.
Aged like fine wine in the summertime, huh?
He's original formulation.
I'm vintage, yeah.
I was gonna say, Terry, you look like you're about 34.
I'll take it. I'm 37.
Yeah, I would say 33, 34. I don't get old vibes,
You don't have kids, that's why. If you don't have kids, you don't age as much.
My goodness, there's something wrong with me. Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know. I feel like I'd be a lot older without kids because I pick up all these new slangs and terminology from them.
Young, right?
Well, you have a good combination because I teach age 14 to 18. So I spend 8 hours a day with teenagers. And then I also don't have my own kids. So I don't have the pressure when I come home to take care of other people. But then I also spend all my days with very energetic people all day long.
All right. So I swear they come here and they watch these meme videos on YouTube. And the whole time, all three of them in unison break out dying of laughter. And I don't get it. I'm like, what did I miss? Because I don't find any of this funny. I don't see the plot. I don't see the joke. I don't know what the humor is. And then they explain it to me. I was like,
I still don't get it.
I don't get it. I don't have a fucking clue.
Proper, genuine comedy, you should be able to laugh at it at any age.
That's true.
These are fads that you're watching. These are things that are funny for the moment. But 10 years from now, no one's going to care anymore. It's not
right.
It's not going to stick around. Like when you watch a good stand-up from the 70s or even the classic roast that the Dean Martin roast, you can still laugh today decades ago, right?
Yeah. It's like Tom Green. Remember Tom Green?
I always liked
Tom Green.
It was slap.
I thought
funny.
Tom Green was Tom. If you watch it back now, it's not a good. It's a tough wank.
That's the guy, Daddy. Would you like some sausages?
Yeah.
Sausages.
Tom Green was a product of his time. That's what that is.
Yeah. He was like a meme. He was like a meme before a meme.
Right.
It was like a pre-meme.
And since I was a kid during that time, I have nostalgia. I find him funny. If that makes sense, right? Yeah. Whereas if I was like a grown adult back then, I would probably roll my eyes. But then my 14-year-old self is still laughing at the same jokes that I found funny. That, like, I'll be honest, the fart soundboard, I mean, that says it right there.
That fart soundboard reminds me of Beavis and Butthead.
I don't know why it's funny, but it is. I can't, you know.
Farts are just a classic. Farts are just a classic. People have been laughing at farts since there were people.
Right.
Since there were assholes.
Right?
Farts are funny in any language, any age.
Yeah.
We all know what a fart is. We all do it, and therefore we laugh at it. And there's like the stigma, right? It's like, you don't fart. You don't do that around people. But I guarantee if you were in an elevator filled with people 50 plus and someone farted, they would still be laughing as if they were 5. It's just the way it is. Yeah. Speaking, you know,
it's Charlie you should be worried about.
Exactly. That's not funny. That's just
that's not a good time, man.
The shot of war.
Exactly. Sweet dreams, Mitch.
He's falling asleep.
Yes, that's right. I am. I'm bailing. I'm actually going now. Right. It has been emotional. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to everybody.
It was nice to catch you, man. I was glad I was able to catch you.
Richard.
Yes, it's nice. Yes.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Joey. Nice to see you, Tara.
Yeah.
Nice to see you as well, Brad.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right, son. I'll see you soon. Cheers. Bye.
See you later,
See you later.
Eugene, you always bring out the best of me whenever we have streams. We get real serious, don't we?
Yeah, I enjoy you, Joey, a lot more than you'll ever know.
I appreciate that, man. We'll have to get together more often. These are fun talks.
Yeah, definitely. I would enjoy that.
Absolutely.
Maybe we can. Maybe you can start asking Tara some questions.
Oh,
I don't interrogate her.
I don't know. I like Tara.
Like, let's get to know Tara.
Okay, Tara.
The dog's quit barking.
I'll let you start, Joey. Being the guests, I'll let you start. I like to sit back and listen to other people.
Tara, how much freedom do I have with you?
I mean, I'm a teacher, so just keep that in mind. Like Eugene mentioned earlier, he feels like because he has kids, he has to filter himself a little bit. So same thing. But for the most part, if I don't want to answer it, I just don't answer it. That's what I tell kids too. I'm like, you ask the question you want, and I'll answer it. Yeah.
Let's start simple. I'm not going to go in for the kill just yet. We'll have fun.
Don't kill me.
Do you like to dance?
I do, very much so.
Are you coordinated?
Am I what?
Are you coordinated? You have 2 left feet?
I'm not terrible at it, but I like it a lot, so I try really, really hard.
Do you dance like a white girl or no?
No, a little bit better than that. A little bit better. I did take dance lessons for like 13 years, but it was all like the dorky stuff like tap and river dance, things like that.
That's very Caucasian. Yeah, okay. River dance. Would you give us a little jig right now? No. Make it like the only taps backstage or something.
Yeah. But yeah, I love dancing. I won the we usually have like a teacher dance off at the homecoming like pep rally, and I've won that the last time we had one, not this year, obviously.
All right, let me ask you something.
All right.
If you didn't have a YouTube channel about fragrance, what would you have a YouTube channel about?
Well, I used to have a different YouTube channel. When I did in 2019, I didn't buy anything. Jesus, I'm sorry. Because I was trying to pay off my student loans, which I did. That was great. Thank you. Hey, I know you like my new look, Brian. It's me, Rich. But yeah, so I had that, but otherwise, sometimes I dabble with the idea of maybe doing some like educational stuff since hi.
What's up, Jewel?
since I teach and whatnot.
We're dog sitting my sister's little gremlin.
Well, the little one's not really as loud as mine, at least.
I really want a dog.
He's a good boy. Like, he doesn't bark. He does like this weird little army crawl on the carpet. And I'm not used to having a male dog because, you know, Holly's a female. So like I rub his belly and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
well, boy, I shouldn't. Yeah, well, you don't rub me, honey. Anyways, that's fine.
Oh,
My youngest Great Pyrenees is he's up to like 110. He's still kind of young, but he's not neutered yet because he's too young to be. And he's about as tall as me. So you can imagine when he rolls over, you're like, whoa.
Whoa, take it easy. What are you doing here? Exactly. That's what what are they saying in the chat?
A lot of youngins here.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark's 19,000 days old.
Yeah.
Wow. My brain can't comprehend those numbers.
Oh,
Gal's
Mark
only
is-
10,000.
Oh,
10,000.
Joe, you're so young.
Fritz is getting up there.
Mark asked my favorite band. That's a hard question because I really love music and like most styles of music, but like I feel like consistently Modest Mouse has been a band that I've listened to
Thank
very
you, Mike.
consistently for a long
I
time.
love Modest Mouse.
Yeah, so Modest Mouse is probably what I would say if I had to pick like one favorite band.
What was that big hit they had? That was like the first song I was introduced to.
Float On, probably.
Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Float On. That's a great song. There's 2 lives going on, Julissa, by the way.
I was like, what is
So I'm live on my channel just showing my point of view, and then I'm on Eugene's, and there's 2 chats, which is very exciting. I think Rich Mitch was in the chat over here. 52.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He's everywhere, right?
Everywhere. He's breaking down all the walls. Float On. That's right, Sancho.
Look at Brian's comment.
He said Christ.
yep.
Playing Red Rocket. Hey, what do you do? There it is. There it is.
Oh God, that's from South Park.
So what else do we want to know about Tara?
God.
I better not let Joey have open mic night with Tara. This will get very
I'm trying. I feel
hopefully
like
it won't get uncomfortable.
I think
I don't
whenever I was in Tara's presence, I was on my best behavior. I don't think I ever got out of line.
No.
Right. I do, yeah. And same with Eugene though. Like I'm not gonna come on here and just, take over and ruin it by any means. So I feel like I'm doing good. What's your favorite? Let's be shallow for a second. Tara, what's your favorite thing about your face?
Either my top teeth
Oh,
specifically,
the top one.
or my eyes. I have very green eyes. So
Very green eyes. Because on your Instagram, the eyes always pop. Are those natural, or do you dress them up a bit for Instagram?
I have green eyes, and I have I don't know what they're called. They're called like color enhancing contacts. So I have to wear contacts anyway.
Okay.
So they have some that like for each eye color.
Yeah, they
and
really enhance the
outline.
green.
It puts like an outline around your eye, so the color pops more.
I always wondered that. It looks good. I was always like, is that like a filter? Like, what's going on here? Dude, what TV characters does Tara think best represents her in real life?
Oh,
I think I could answer that.
okay, you answer it.
Oh God. Do you want me to answer it? Right.
Yeah, I don't care. You
I'm gonna be cliche. I mean, you did dress up as her.
Oh, Khaleesi.
Khaleesi from Game of Thrones, right? That you?
Yeah.
There you go. I got it right. Look at that.
I'll take that.
There you go.
A kid once told me I looked like what's her name? That plays her. I
Who?
can't-
Emily Clark.
Yes, Amelia Clark. Yeah.
Oh, Amelia Clark. Sorry.
I was like, well, that's fine with me.
Wait, like the girl next door? Amelia Clark. Do you guys know remember that movie, The Girl Next Door? The blonde.
Oh, the one with the cleft chin.
Right, that's her, right?
I don't know, man.
Like
That
her.
one is hot.
I haven't seen that.
Oh no, that's her. The Game of Thrones.
Isn't that her name?
Yeah.
Daenerys Targaryen or something.
What about you two guys, Jad and Joey, and even Juju, if you want to answer? What TV character best represents each of you?
I don't know. Somebody called me Steve Carell.
Yeah.
From The Office.
I think that was
Like
a 40-year-old.
40-year-old virgin.
Yeah.
No. From The Office. What was his name? Fuck.
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott.
How about you, Joey?
Oh no. I'm gonna let Julissa answer that one. What TV show character represents me the most, honey?
TV show. Now my issue is that we don't watch so many TV shows.
We do.
See, my thing is, I always told Joey, what was a mixture? I always said Joey's like a mixture between like Vince Vaughn from any movie, honestly. Just you're bantering and you're like rambling and that shit that you do. And
I would relate Joey to like Joe Pesci or somebody.
I was gonna say
with that sense of humor, with that Italian sense of humor.
You know what Julissa told me I was? She said I was Robert De Niro mixed with Vince Vaughn, mixed with one other person. I can't remember who it was.
I find De Niro very serious.
Oh no, it's because when Joey gets drunk, he has a face. Like, you'll know Joey's drunk. He goes,
I can't control it. I don't know.
I seen the face. I seen it, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Tara, do you enjoy Joey's Omegle streams?
I've never been in one live, I don't think, but I sometimes watch like clips of them later because his streams are much too late for me. I usually go to bed between 9 and 10 because I have to get up so early.
That's when the party starts.
Yeah, I know. So occasionally I do watch them, and they can be quite humorous. There was one that you had your mom on not that long ago that was pretty funny.
Jad, do you enjoy Joey's Omegle streams?
Yes, sir.
What's your TV?
I'm trying to be respectful here, man.
I'm trying to be respectful.
This is your house. My shoes are off.
Here's a question for Tara. If she wants to answer it, it's up to her.
I honestly truly don't despise anybody. I partially don't have the energy to care enough about that. There are plenty that I just don't connect with, or I just am not interested in watching. Like there's a lot that would fall into that category. But even a lot that people have problems with, I'm just whatever. I just don't watch it. So I don't despise anybody in particular.
Yeah. Okay, good answer. I won't ask Joey that because I'm not sure I want to hear an honest answer.
Eugene.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way at all. I mean, if you want to answer it, go ahead by all means.
Ask the question.
I'm not going to censor you. The same question for Tara. Are there any top or 5 fragrance reviewers you despise? Despise is a strong word.
That's a
yeah.
I don't think I despise any of them. How about disappointed?
Disappointed, yeah. That's
Whatever
better.
you want to call it.
I think all of the reviewers that have disappointed me were friends of mine prior.
Ooh.
I've never despised anyone. I never despised anyone that I didn't know because I didn't know them. But if I had a past relationships and they went rocky and there wasn't communication, or they changed, or maybe I changed in their eyes, that would be it. But yeah, I've been around long enough to say there's probably over 5.
People change though, right? Especially for long periods of time, you lose touch, you lose connection. Anything can happen.
When you don't communicate, bad things happen.
Yeah.
Your mind starts to assume things, and if it's not proper communication done, a lot of relationships crumble just because of that. But it's a two-way street.
Yeah, you create a narrative in your head, this story, this make-believe story. Like everything is happening to you.
I don't despise anyone, but I'm definitely disappointed at the end of the day.
Right.
So
do I enjoy Joey Omegle streams? When I watch Joey, I want to watch for Joey. I don't want to watch for dick pics or I've seen a few dicks come up. But when I watch you, I want to watch you for you, not for strangers. There's been a couple of interesting guys. where they like to talk about themselves. I like that kind of thing when guys get personal.
It's entertaining, isn't it?
Yeah. You had the Irish guy on last week, the drunk in the basement, talking about ghosts.
That was
that
was a very great conversation.
He used a couple of derogatory racist slurs.
He did.
Well, I found him interesting. He was very open and answered all your questions.
My favorite thing about the Omegle streams is you never know who or what you're going to come across.
Yeah.
And some of the most entertaining streams have been on off the cuff, just people that I've met. And some of these people I consider friends now, so it's a beautiful thing. But I mean, I love talking with strangers. I'm fascinated by everyone. And a lot of times the questions I ask, it's not the same old bullshit that you ask people you meet for the first time. I want to ask you something that no one has the balls to ask you. Because a lot of people want to share. You'd be surprised how many people want to share.
People want to be heard. Everybody has a story.
Yeah.
It's validation. Yeah. We all want to be loved and noticed. And
so like I want to ask Tara all these questions, but I have to do it backstage.
Get an OnlyFans.
Yeah, get an only stories. Only eyes. Just for your green eyes. And
would you subscribe to Tara's OnlyFans?
Oh no.
I would. Depends how much, and it depends what's happening. So like I would throw Tara like $15 a month, but like if the content isn't enough to keep my like if she's not doing daily uploads,
15 whole bucks.
I'm gonna unsubscribe. So I'm talking about like Game of Thrones cosplays. Game of Thrones was kind of sexual in general. So if she's not delivering off of that lore, then she's not a real fan. So I want like full big eye contact. Maybe there's a dog. There's a dog in the background. There's like an egg. There's an egg involved.
A bottle of Rochas, man.
A bottle of Rochas woman. We don't.
Dragon glass, something like that.
That's it.
Joey, do you think Tara can make a living on OnlyFans?
Well, she's a teacher. She could make a killing. I honestly think that she could teach us a few things. Just because she teaches in school doesn't mean she can't teach us in other ways.
Oh my God.
A teacher's natural ways, shapes, or forms. So if I were to have Tara privately, I'm sure she could teach me things that I never knew. And I just feel like teachers have a different approach. I don't think I'm a teacher, but I could definitely,
Joey, what did you like about some of your teachers? I remember you telling me about a nun teacher.
Yeah, Sister Lou.
And you had a book, and she found your book.
She found my drawing book. I knew I was straight. Yeah, do you remember Superbad? The movie Superbad, very popular, really great movie. Juju, did Holly shrink? No, we're babysitting my sister's dog while she's in Vegas.
I think Tara's filling out her OnlyFans.
Are you making it? I will subscribe, Tara. I will. I promise. This is exactly what you meant.
$12 a month just from Joey. Wow.
That's it. That's it. And if it's daily, we can up it to 20. Then that's, anyways, expectations are high. But
I have a real don't you?
My teachers always like believed in me. And like teachers should believe in all of their students, but like there's those students that teachers have favorites. I don't care what any teacher says.
Yeah, they do.
There's some teachers that like they believe in you. They want to see you successful. They want the best for you, and they will give you that extra attention. And that's another thing with her OnlyFans. She's a teacher, so glasses. She's on the desk, maybe like a Mrs. Robinson or
what color are heels?
Yeah, maybe like a pair of red high heels.
Louboutins?
Yeah, red. They have to be bloody shoes.
Have to be bloody shoes.
Yeah, red bottoms, bloody shoes, Louboutins, if you will. That's what I call them, bloody shoes.
Stocking.
Cardi B
gotta be stocking.
But anyways, let's not get off track here. I've had a lot of great teachers in my life, and when I was in high school, actually, I like the middle school teacher. She found a book I made. The book I was going through puberty, and I was very sexual, and I was very detailed in I would write sexy stories at a young age. And I didn't have anything traumatic happen to me, so don't think like I'm fucked up. I just love it. And I would write these sexy stories and I would draw a picture to go with the story. And it revolved around like a lot of the teachers there. Sometimes you're just blessed with hot teachers, right? That's just the way it is. And one day I swapped, don't ask me how. I fucked up because I swapped out my one notebook with my school one. My sexy, I would only write these stories at home. You know, I was like the Stephen King of sexy stories. Like it was a bit scary but fun at the same time. And I'll never forget the teacher's like, oh, everyone grab your books. A girl, of course, it had to be a girl. She goes to the little cubby space, finds my notebook, sees the drawing, screams. That literally happened to me. But it wasn't a bunch of dicks. It was like big titties and just they all looked. I realized my titties I would draw looked like Squidward because I'm not an artist. So like they weren't the most detailed, but the girl found it and I denied it, of course. And of course she knew it was mine just from my shitty handwriting. But she never like crucified me. That was a Catholic school joke. I went to Catholic school. She never crucified me for doing that. And I always admired that about her because I was such a good student and I was shy, but I was so sexual and I just had to let it out in some way, in a healthy way. And is that healthy, Tara? If you found that, well, actually, you said high school. This was 6th grade, so.
I don't know enough about 6th graders, but.
How old are you at 6 in grade 6?
11, 12, is that right? 11.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Age.
That's kind of early, I would say.
Things started waking up, man. I didn't know what to do. It just
like where did you feel like? Did you have an older brother watching porn or older friends? Did your dad have porn around the house?
No, my dad was actually, like I said, I didn't like grow up traumatized or like nothing fucked up happened to me. Tara will narrate Joey's stories on her OnlyFans. That's a fantastic comment. It's time for Joey to not speak no more. You're right, BC. But yeah, so like I never had anything traumatic. Nothing messed up happened to me. Like I wasn't abused. There was never like anything horrible because a lot of times that's like a telltale sign, you know, when it's early, and that never happened to me. I was like, hey, this is fun. You know, sexuality should be embraced in a healthy way. And I don't know. I wish I still had that book. I kind of miss it.
But what's healthy?
I think like I didn't know how to express myself then. Like I wasn't able to. Are you ready for this? Tara may want to leave.
You're a kid. How much can you possibly know about that subject at that age?
Exactly. I just knew like boobs were fun, butts were great. And it was all about like it was just like the stories had to be so juvenile, no pun intended. You know what I mean? Like they weren't like detailed, but it was like I didn't know how else to express it. Like I wasn't telling anybody. I wasn't like talking like I guess like when you were with like your guy friends, you'd be like, "Oh,
you're pissed, didn't you?"
Yeah, exactly. But I was like the Anne Frank of sexy. Like I had a diary, and it was just a sex diary. And I got caught. So I'm like the Anne Frank of sexy stories. And that's if that makes sense.
And it was a nun that caught you.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's terrible. Like if like I felt like Curb Your Enthusiasm. I felt like Larry David, but as a kid. Like, and this is how my life's been ever since. That was another one Julissa said. I have the life of Larry David without all the money.
Yes.
It was like if it's gonna go wrong, it will go wrong, even if I have good intentions.
It's like the worst luck in history.
But do you think you create your own path? Like you're responsible for everything that happens to you?
I think we have a little say in it, but I think at the end of the day,
life happens to you.
Life happens.
I think it's gonna throw whatever it wants to throw at you. I think it's just how you take it.
I think the way I handle it is why it continues to. Yeah,
you're comfortable with it and you let it come.
You do let it come in more ways.
There's no boundaries.
No. Well, you want to make healthy boundaries, but you definitely want to walk the line. Joey was in charge of the virgins during the Ottoman Empire. But it's true. I had great teachers in my life. I know I went off on a tangent. I tend to do that. I had great teachers in my life, and she never like told my parents. And if she did, she must have made them do like a vow of secrecy because she didn't want to like fuck me up. And I have a feeling that my parents know, but at the same time, like it never affected me in my personal life.
Do you think your parents would have knew how to deal with that?
Probably. My dad would have sat me down and been like, "Yo, what are you doing here, bud? Like, what's this?"
Would he have talked to you about sex?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was the youngest and the only boy, so that explains a lot.
Tara, have you ever found something like this from a student?
I wanted to ask her that. You took.
Are you probably under like confidentiality?
I didn't think she'd answer it, but I wanted to ask. I wanted to be like,
well, like, yeah. I mean, I couldn't like reveal identities or stuff, but it is
old screener.
It's definitely something that has happened where maybe not like that specific thing, but like sexual stuff is discovered. Kids doing things actively they shouldn't be doing or having pictures of stuff that's normal. I think that happens at every single school everywhere, and even at like the middle schools and probably even elementary schools it happens. So
that's terrible. Yeah,
but I mean, I'm sure it does. So I think any teacher would say yes to that. Like they're aware of, even if they haven't personally, which I haven't personally, but yeah, I think that's normal. And for a variety of different reasons. But yeah, some interesting stuff that happens if you're a teacher that you.
And when you guys find or discover this, do all the teachers get together and talk about it and have a big laugh?
Honestly, they try not to like. If you're not involved with it, they really try to like not have that get out. So there's a lot of stuff that's the thing too, is there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure goes on at my school that I am completely oblivious to because they try to keep it like, and it makes sense. Like keep it between the kid and their family and the people that are
I think it's certain personalities. You know who likes to talk and you're going to go to those people. And if you're not into the drama, they're not going to come to you and gossip. But those people know how to find each other wherever you go in whatever community.
That's true.
The troublemakers always find each other. They know where to look.
Yeah. Yeah. I work with I work in a large school and my entire hallway is mostly guys. So I think that's probably part of it too. Like, I just don't like, there's not that guys aren't gossipy too, because some of them are, but
you ever feel like the eyes are on you from the younger guys?
Eugene, you're killing it. You're fucking killing it right now. I was going to say,
Joey,
are you the hot teacher? Like, are you the teacher?
I think I've aged out of that a little bit, but yeah, I've had a few instances of kids that maybe seem to like me a little more than they should.
Did you say anything or did you let it go?
Oh no, I wouldn't say anything. I had a kid make me a mixtape once.
Like a love tape?
A mixtape, like an old school mixtape he made me.
Of love songs? What?
Bone Thugs and Harmony, maybe. I don't know.
I wonder what kind of songs were on there. And they were trying to send like a specific message.
Yeah.
Were there Akon songs?
But yeah, I mean, I just usually let it go, and I'm just kind of like, when you're a teacher, I don't know. If you're a smart teacher, you always keep your door open, and you're never alone with it. Just one kid. Yeah. So I just always make that a point. My door's always open, and if there's only one kid in there, then we go out in the hallway and talk.
I guess being proactive.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
This is a question that can teeter the wrong way, and it's not meant to go that direction. Do you take it as a compliment when
if like a kid likes me?
Yeah, like is there any part of you like you're not acting upon it? I'm not saying that by any means. I don't want that to be. Yeah, is it flattering?
I don't know, because like they're so young. I'm like, you don't know what you like.
Right, but just the fact that like.
Right, there's that age gap. Here's this, here's this attention.
I remember.
It's like a compliment or something. Like honestly, like somebody's gonna like everybody. It's like I don't know. Like if anybody likes me, I guess that's nice. Like even people who are older than me or my age or whatever.
Would you consider yourself a fan favorite though?
Not because of my looks necessarily. I think the kids like me for the most part. It is like I know that and I will readily accept that. But that's because I'm really good at building relationships. And so the kids just really like to talk to me or, think I'm not lame. So
maybe that's their foot in the door.
Right.
They're so friendly.
But I think it's like across the board, like all the kids just like it's easy for me I connect with them well. So yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of kids, I am one of their favorites, but we have a lot of good teachers though. So I think, that's great though. Like you said, you had a lot of good teachers. I think that's great.
I did. And I felt like they really cared about me beyond.
They do. I think for the most part, I think they do. Like I do.
You care about me or you as the teacher?
What'd you say? Sorry.
Was that you care about me or you care about your students? I didn't catch that one.
Well, you too, but I'm saying teacher, I also care about you. But no, I think that the vast majority of teachers do actually care very much about their kids, just like beyond the classroom. Because you spend so much time with them. Like it's hard not to, right? Like, you'd have to be kind of cold to not care about people that you spend 5 days a week with for 180 days a year.
Right.
You do. So, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the case. I don't tell my celeb stories to my kids, Brian. Although I do throw the one picture of me with John Mayer up there and then see if anybody even notices, but I don't say a word about who it is. And fewer kids know who he is anymore.
If I made you a mixtape singing Gravity and I was your 17-year-old student and I was going to be 18 a week from that day.
No.
You're fucked.
Gravity.
Man.
Stay away from me.
Oh, goodness. How old was Joe at 29? 29 is my minimum age.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Oh, shoot.
I can go 2 times.
Right.
I can go up. I can go much above that, but 29 is my minimum age.
The cutoff gap,
Yeah, it's a cutoff right there.
That makes sense. That's normally how it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So you hear it often now in the news that teachers end up being with students. I don't remember that ever happening when I was in school.
I don't either. But I wonder.
Is that alarming now for you, or
that's the thing? I wonder if it happened when we were young. Like I don't remember it either. But I wonder if it happened and it's just because of technology and things like that. It wasn't caught.
I think it's because of technology.
Or also like the willingness to report it, which I think is great now. I think it's great that people feel more comfortable like coming out and like saying those things. But yeah, I wonder if it's like a combination of those two things, the technology and also like it being okay to, or like feeling like it's okay to tell somebody that that's happening.
So as a woman that is a teacher, why is it more common for female teachers to come on to the males than males to come on to the females?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't help you there.
I almost feel like it's a comfort thing.
Yeah,
men are looked at like pigs if they come on to a younger woman.
There's a bit of a stigma, like isn't
I don't. It's all. I guess all of our everything that
the old dirty man.
Yeah.
Yeah, men are like old perverts. Right?
Yeah. And chances are a young boy is going to sleep with a female teacher,
right?
More than a young girl is going to sleep with a male teacher. Boys are horny. They're horny.
Yeah, right. And they're not going to come to somebody. They're going to break to their friends. And they're going to high five each other and then go to Five Guys and be like, yeah, I love Game of Thrones. I can't get enough of it. Like that's what happens. And it's like I said, you can teeter, you're a teacher, but these are genuine questions that I find fascinating because it's true. This is a very real thing that happens. And I think, what is it about teenage boys and their female teachers? Is it the motherly figure, the comfort, the nurture? Are you a natural nurturer? Is that what you do?
It's a Freudian theory.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Freud was wrong about just about everything. I agree, Jeremy. Way too much time on this topic. Let's move on.
Oh shit.
I have a lot of questions.
I don't even have answers for those. I'm like, I don't know.
Okay. We can. This is.
I think Joey and I are just getting off on
yeah
the topic.
We're projecting our own feelings.
More about our own fetishes than anything
I've
else.
never been in the position to ask a teacher this as an adult, so here I am trying to get all the juice out. You know,
being a teacher is not that juicy, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know,
but it's fun.
Yeah,
if you like it.
I would almost imagine it's the other way around, just with the number of students you deal with on a daily basis, all the personalities, so many characters, everybody brings something to the table. And then you got the teachers. It's almost like the teachers versus the students.
I used to bring my female teacher gifts on Valentine's Day.
No. I get gifts.
Was there a purpose behind that?
Girls. I get gifts from like some, not very many, but a few of my younger, like the freshman female students will occasionally bring me gifts. Which is, I have some kids, I teach a lot of kids who don't speak English. And some of them are like, they're the main ones who give me gifts. And I remember it's so sweet. Like sometimes they'll like have jobs for like, you know, they clean or whatever they do. And they'll like save up their money from their job to buy me a gift. And it's like the sweetest thing in the world. I'm like, oh my God, you break my heart.
That's really heartfelt. Yeah.
They'll be refugees, like a lot of them are refugees and things like that. And they'll save up money from their jobs so they can buy me a Christmas gift, which is like the sweetest thing in the world.
That's got to make you feel good at the end of the day.
Yeah. Is that the FBI calling you, Eugene?
I have no idea who it is.
We know what you did, right?
Eugene, have a seat over here.
But it's a serious topic, but it's just I really feel like it's not talked about enough, and I do feel like there's a stigma with men, like male teachers, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that like most men would celebrate, right, and high five each other, and if it was the other way around, it's horrible. It's terrible. So yeah. But hey, that's that. Let's ask another question. I could ask you 100 questions. Eugene, I'm going to ask her 100 questions. You ready?
You go ahead. I'll be right back, okay?
Sorry.
I'll answer 15 more minutes of questions. I need to get ready for bed.
I could get a lot of questions out in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, here we go. When did you get married?
Ooh, almost 8 years ago now.
8 years ago. What's it like after 8 years?
I don't know. It's probably, so I think you guys have been living together for a long time, right?
Yeah.
It's not much different.
It's the same.
Because we lived together for a while before that.
Right. It's just like here's to another 8 years.
Yeah, it doesn't change a whole lot. At least in my experience.
How long did your honeymoon phase last?
I don't know that we had one because we were together for a while before that too.
Damn.
Like, I mean, I think that was over before we got married.
Right. Right? Is the honeymoon phase over? That's a yes. Okay. She gave me that. Hey, what are you gonna do? Okay. So 7-year itch. 7-year itch.
Yeah, that's a movie, isn't it too?
I think it is. Yeah. I'm reading the comments. Okay. What's something about you that you wish more people asked you, like what are interested in about you? What is something about you that you wish more people would be like, hey? Is there anything you're proud of? Anything you've always wanted to express that you feel like you've never had a voice to be able to do?
I don't know so much about like people don't ask me about it or that I want to express. I guess for the things that I'm proud about, I'm proud of my education, because I came from like a really fairly low income family that didn't have the opportunity to have education like I did.
You were able to break that mold. Right. Yeah,
I was like the first person to get an undergraduate degree and first person to have a master's degree, obviously, because it's the first to have a bachelor's degree. So I'm really proud of that. And I think, you know, I don't mind talking about teaching because I think I'm a good teacher and I try really hard to be a good teacher. So I don't mind talking about that. So yeah, I think stuff like that, like things that like I had to work for are the things that I feel the most proud of, and that I guess. I mean, I enjoy talking about lots of things. Everybody likes to talk about themselves, right? Yeah, I guess the stuff I had to work for is what I'm most proud of.
So you're proud of your accomplishments, and do you get the recognition from your family?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's got to be.
I've been very lucky. I've had like an easy life, I think, compared to the majority of people. I've had always very supportive family, good friends. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, my family didn't have opportunities when they were younger because, you know, just their like the way they grew up with their like lack of funds and things like that. And just, they grew up in a really rural area, that kind of stuff. But my life, I think, compared to a lot of people, has been very easy because I do have very supportive family, which is great. And they're very proud of me. I mean, I know like some people are like, oh, you're just a teacher, but like they are very proud of everything that I've done, which is great.
It's good that you have a support system. That's awesome.
You can say that for any job. Oh, you're just a bricklayer, or you're just a lawyer, like just a dentist.
Absolutely.
Don't let people make you feel any certain way.
No, I don't. I think that, I mean, obviously I'm biased, but I think that my job is probably one of the hardest jobs that there is.
Sure.
Laying the foundation.
Well, yeah, you're trying to build the future for for our future. Yeah, you're trying to build the future. It's a big deal. You should get more. I don't think American teachers get recognition, right? Like the other countries.
A lot of other countries they get
recognition
and a lot more pay.
a lot more pay. Yeah, that's one thing my teachers would always complain about, which I found ironic, is the pay. You know, I'll make enough money to put up with these badass kids.
You know what's funny though? That's true. But the funny thing though is, like, when I look at my salary now, because I've taught college before too, and I've thought about like doing that again. And for the most part, I would take a pay cut if I went to go teach college instead of high school at this point, which is interesting too, because also most professors are grossly underpaid as well.
If you weren't a teacher, what would you be?
Probably like a professional organizer, if I could do that.
Professional organizer.
Yeah.
Would you be a life coach?
I don't know why, I just love doing it. Like with my perfumes, I don't know, like Eugene's display is really nice there too. But like, I just like to organize those and arrange them, and my closet, everything.
Is there a subject that you'd like to see in the curriculum and one booted out?
Oh, like you mean like with what I teach?
Yeah, or in school general.
Oh, in school in general, I definitely wish that they would require all students take financial literacy courses. Just the basics, like budgeting,
I agree.
Like understanding credit cards, tax, like all that stuff, right? That I think should be required. And in terms of like booting out, like with what's required, I don't really know. No, I'm kind of okay with what's there, because it's like the main things that are required by the time you get to high school anyway are like 3 years of science. I'm like, yeah, people should understand, like have a basic understanding of science. Math, but it's like at varying degrees, like depending on the kid. So it's not like you have to take the super high level math. So I'm fine with that. Social studies, again, it's kind of like, yeah, you should have a basic understanding of how the government works and how the economy works, and history, so that we hopefully don't repeat it so frequently. And then English, of course, like, yeah, communication's good. Maybe like some of like the typical like books that kids still have to read. Like, do we really all have to have all these kids read Shakespeare if they're just totally not into it? Are there other books they could read to get the same?
Why do you think that is? Why do they rehash the same shit year after?
I think it's like, people get stuck in their ways. They're like, well, this is what we always did. And like when I was a kid, I could do this. So
now it's their turn.
I think it's just like a historical significance, and Shakespeare is like considered art, just like architecture or cathedrals or.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I get the arguments from both sides, but yeah, that's just like one thing. Sometimes I feel like some kids might enjoy reading more if they change the curriculum or had more choice in what they read for that. Yeah.
I remember when I read the Scarlet Letter, I wrote a big A on my book.
When I read the Scarlet Letter, I didn't read the Scarlet Letter. I had a teacher that said, "I will know if you don't read this." And I was like, challenge accepted. Love it. And so I did not read it and wrote my book report and got an A. I was so smart with my A on my book report for a book I didn't read.
I was the class clown. So when everyone's like, oh, it's adulter, I said it was for anal. And I was trying to be like, new and inventive. So that's just what I do. But shout out to the Scarlet Letter. I remember I also read The Outsiders in like 7th grade, I think.
Tara, do you think with the age of technology and people just kind of creating their own futures online, is going to change university in the future?
That's a good question. Yes and no. I feel like my answer over this last year has shifted more towards no than it would have been prior to all this virtual learning and stuff. Because I think what's happened is that so many people have realized that there is a huge value in being in person with somebody, like that connection when you're learning.
Right. I don't mean that way. I mean more in the sense of people are building their careers online where they don't need education. They don't need to go university.
Oh, I'm very much of the mindset that not everybody should go to college. Like there's a lot of great, like, go be an electrician. You'll make more money than a teacher does. Go to trade school or I mean, if you have skills like, online skills that you don't need to go to college for, fine. There are a lot of different directions you could go. So yeah, I don't think everybody should be going specifically to the traditional college. I think, do something, like learn something. I think it's important to learn every day. I think you should always be learning. But, that's going to be different for each person depending on what they're interested in, what their skill set is.
If you had a student that you knew was talented and could go somewhere and they said, I want to go in the sex worker industry, would you be disappointed in them? And by sex worker, I mean like maybe an actress, maybe OnlyFans, cam girl, stripper.
I think I wouldn't. I don't even know how I would reply to that because I don't think a kid would ever say that. But I would.
I think Tara would be supportive. She seems like the type that would support anybody's dreams.
I think usually so let's go a more realistic thing where a kid's like, oh, I really want to, like, I don't want to go to college. I just want to pursue my art, which I think is totally fine.
Calling it art.
We all know that that's going to be a really difficult road if they choose that, right? And I'm very much of the mindset, like how Eugene said, like, hey, do that if it makes you happy. Maybe explore some other areas, take some classes and see if there's anything else. Like I always promote that for kids anyway. I'm like, you don't have to know what you're going to do when you graduate high school. Like go to college, take some different courses, see what you like. And if you like, switch, but yeah, I'm very much like, hey, you do what you want.
So you wouldn't know what to say to him. You would just support him and be like, I wish you luck.
I don't think a kid would never say that. Like I wouldn't have an answer because that's not a situation that would ever occur.
What do you think, Eugene? Let's put you in the hot seat. If you were a teacher and I said, Eugene, I wanna go into the industry, and you knew I was so talented in one thing, you said, no, you want to pursue this, and I said, no, Eugene, this is who I'm meant to be, and I pulled my pants down right then and there, showed you what was happening. Would you say shoot for the stars, or would you tell me to like swing a hammer? What do you think?
If I thought you had talent in something else other than that industry, well, I would try and direct them the same way I would my child and say, I wouldn't recommend it for them.
Right.
I think a lot of people that end up there are troubled. So I'd want to see, what's beneath that. Where's this coming from? No, I would try and steer them.
You would steer them. All right.
Even though if that's what they want, it's the wrong thing to do. The right thing to do is to support them in whatever it is. But
it's always a fun topic. I'm always fascinated when I ask people that one. What's up, Hilly? What's going on? Well, this, I've been live on my channel for 3 hours.
We're going on almost 5 hours here.
Oh my God, sure.
This is crazy. What a great stream, Eugene. I think it was fantastic.
Thank you so much, Joey.
And shout outs to your audience for putting up with the chaos, man. That's awesome.
Thank you, audience, for still being here.
Yeah.
Right.
After they survived the cuddles.
Right.
I was here for what? Over an hour, I believe.
Right. Long
of just him talking like in runoff sentences about everything and nothing
at the same time. That's a talent in itself. I think we should get.
I like how everybody's saying all these things about Neil like they're new. He's been himself since day one.
That's true, Dad.
He just chose to ignore it.
And that's what I said. I'm like, he's been his authentic self. That's who he is.
Has he though?
It's not that he changed. And this is my opinion, of course. Everybody is entitled to their own. It's not that Neil changed. It's that It's just that our patience has run out.
Is he still in jail? Do you still have him back?
No, he left.
Okay.
Here's and I love Neil.
Love Neil.
I don't think he is his authentic self. I think he struggles to find his identity because I asked him several times who he was, and I felt like he didn't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I think that he's genuine to an extent, and then I think he plays to whatever is.
He plays to the audience.
Yeah, and that's that is kind of a bummer. But hey, what are you gonna?
I love Neil. I hope he finds whatever it is that he's looking for, and he finds fulfillment.
Because we're all looking, we're all searching, so he shouldn't exclude himself from that narrative.
Is that the meaning of life?
I think it's one of the more important meanings for sure. I mean, we're all here right now, but like, my goodness, that's a big boy. That's a good.
That is beautiful.
That's a good boy.
I have a chew toy for your dog.
Yeah.
I have a chew toy for your dog.
Oh, he left. I have this. Hold on.
I think he's misunderstood as well, Rocket. But I think he makes it worse than it needs to be.
There you go. Hi.
Yo, that's a good boy. Look at him. I want to give him a boop on the nose.
That's the young one.
Love it. What is Bowser? By the way, this is Bowser. This is Bowser.
Chihuahua.
Yeah, his name is Bowser. Yeah.
He's so chill. He's very
I need to rehome an old dog.
Yeah, you
I'd
do.
love to have a dog.
My oldest one we got already pretty old. But she's asleep because she's old.
But I'm gone most of the day. That's my only concern.
Yeah, that's not good. Come on, boys.
What if the dog breaks one of your fragrances? What are you gonna do then?
They're not allowed in that room.
Look at his house. I'm talking to Eugene.
What would I do? What could I do? What am I going to do? Throw the dog off the balcony? Like it's a bottle of if shit happens. I've broken my own bottles. My children have broken my bottles. There's nothing I can do.
Shit happens, man.
Shit happens.
That's a great,
worst things in life happen. Anyway, Joey, are you going to continue streaming on your channel?
I think I'll stream for a bit. I think I owe him that. But
I think you do. It's Thursday night. This is your night, and this is about your time. You're still about 45 minutes early, aren't you?
Right. Yeah, it's early, but I already put in 3 hours on mine, so I'm thinking I could give him like another hour at least.
I think you should go for it.
I should go for it.
Your viewers come for you every night. I think you should be there for them.
Exactly.
It's a teamwork. Like we're all one. Somebody said earlier, we're all one, and I really believe that. We're all connected.
My first impression, we are all connected. We're all still a community, even if we have differences. We're all still a part of this whole thing. And I think my first impression of Tara was, I was karaoke night, and she goes, "You're singing Creed? I'm out of here." And she left.
Oh,
Tara did?
She did.
Were you offended?
I've never been on there.
It was totally you.
It was you. I remember.
Joey, were you offended?
I do remember because I hate Creed. That's right.
I was offended. Yeah, because I was like, "Oh, she's here," and she was gone.
The Creed's the worst band ever.
But here's the thing. Hear me out. Out of all the things to make you leave my stream, it was the Creed song that made you leave.
And I would do it again, Joey.
So karaoke night, doesn't matter how much fun we're having, I bust out with arms wide open and you're out the door.
Deuces.
Deuces. Well, can you sing? I feel like you can sing and you're hyping it.
No.
You can't hold the note.
I also don't have Patrick, you missed it. I also have been working out, so I just don't have any of my normal look. Yeah.
There you go. My normal look.
My normal look is not on right now.
The signature look.
I was used to seeing you in like wigs, like I was like, "Oh, this is Tara." I was like, "Oh my goodness!" But it's a good thing. It's But that was how I've always been greeted by you. Is I think of the Hillary stream whenever the cosplay and the dressing up. So. It's nice.
Well, my battery's about ready to die on my computer, and I need to get ready for bed. So I'm gonna head out.
And
Thanks.
I'm feeling the exact same way.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me interrogate you. I feel like I went easy, Eugene. Would you say I was like easy on?
I was very comfortable.
Very comfortable.
We need to do it again. You know, we'll connect again and we'll do it.
You talk to your people, I'll talk to mine. We'll come together.
It'll happen. I'm sure of it. Jad, thanks so much for coming on. I wasn't ignoring you. I did see you. I just wanted them to finish what they had to say. I don't want Jad to feel ignored. Tara, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah.
Everybody in the comments or somebody watching this later.
Hell yeah.
This is Olfacto Files. I'll link her channel.
Thanks.
Go subscribe. Joey, as always, thank you so much.
Always a pleasure, Eugene. I
Always
enjoy our
enjoy
chat.
your presence, your energy,
Thank
your
you.
companionship,
And with
the-
that,
the reflection I see of myself in you.
the glasses come back on and the real reflection sets in.
There you go.
Cuddles, if you're out there watching, know that you're loved, you're worthy, you're perfect just the way you are.
Mm.
And I hope you find what you're looking for.
Like a U2 song. You know, still haven't found what I'm looking for. You're the best.
Sometimes we don't, but that's the challenge. You know, that's what keeps us going every day. Guys in the chat, thank you so much. We'll see you again soon.